Thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and set forth our appearances. We'll start first with the plaintiff, then we'll move to the defense.
Good morning, Your Honor. Teddy Parker, Will Kemp, Eric Pepperman, Brianna Sisler, on behalf of plaintiffs, and we have a full cadre of plaintiffs behind us.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Adu and Eric Freeman, and the return of Matthew Kaufman for the real water defendants.
Okay, gentlemen, good morning to you. All right, do we have anything we need to address outside the presence?
The only thing I can think of, Your Honor, we need to set up the big board that Mr. Kemp was using.
Okay.
I don't know where it is. Do we have the easel? It's back here too?
And Your Honor, at some point we should inquire of Mr. Carter if he was able to reschedule his appointment.
Okay. When is that set for?
It was set for Wednesday.
Don't we have one other issue too, with one other panel member that has to?
I think he took care of his issue on Friday. Oh, and we have the graduation coming up.
Yeah, and then one of the jurors has an oral surgery on this Thursday.
That's what I thought, Sunday. Thursday.
That's not till next week.
Next Thursday?
It is not this week, it's next Thursday.
And that was already set for the afternoon, is that correct?
I'm not sure, I thought it was a morning thing, but that would have been, I think that's Mr. Garcia, if I'm not mistaken. Number 16.
And we had to talk to Mr. Carter about the rescheduling of his appointment on Wednesday?
Yes.
All right.
Good? I'm sure it'll fall down while I'm working. We're ready now, Your Honor.
All right. And so are we ready from the defense perspective?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, we can bring them in.
I know something about that.
So are we going more to live testimony right now?
We are, Your Honor. Our first witness will be a live witness.
And will today be primarily live testimony or more video or?
We got that in the afternoon, but I think we have live testimony. I think we have three plaintiffs and 2 videos. So I think we're trying to get 7 witnesses in today.
That'll be good.
Yeah, that'd be
One video, I think.
one video?
Video.
Okay.
Done.
One video.
All right, for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
All right, may be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your weekend. I know I did. Anyway, I just have a couple of inquiries before we get started, and just to see where we're at. And Mr. Carter, did you find anything out as far as Wednesday's concerned, sir?
I have called them during break.
Okay, that's fine.
Scheduled with the hospital.
Right. And then I know, Mr. Garcia, next week you have a dental appointment, is that correct?
Yeah, on Thursday,
Okay. Is that in the afternoon or morning?
this morning.
Okay. And without going into great detail, and I forget what the procedure was, will it impact your entire day, that day, you know?
I'm not sure how I'm gonna be feeling after, so I'm not too sure.
I understand it, but we're just kind of bringing it out now, so we'll know, and we can deal with it, and that's okay. I don't want to do anything to impact your plans. Yeah, you understand?
Yeah,
Want to be real clear on that. Your plans, like we promised you, we'd accommodate you. All right? So I don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on you, sir.
okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm just trying to find out what's going on. That's all. All right. Anything else, counsel, before we continue on?
Nothing to think
For the
about.
hand, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Name and badge number.
Morette, badge number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a graduation on Friday, Dr.
Okay, I'm glad you reminded me of that, ma'am. And what time is that on Friday?
I have to be there by 5.
Okay, I understand. Council, make a note of that. All right.
It starts at 6, but you know I gotta be ready.
Oh, ma'am, I get it, I understand, I do. And we'll make sure we accommodate that because we appreciate you setting aside time out of your busy schedule to come down here and participate in our justice system.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. All right, so is there anything else we need to address outside, with the jury?
Don't think they'll know that.
Okay, counsel, trust me, it bothers me if you remind me. Because sometimes I will overlook those types of issues, and I do appreciate you, both plaintiff and defense counsel reminding me of those issues. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding we're still in the plaintiff's case in chief, is that correct, Mr. Park?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And so I think the plaintiff will be calling their next witness, and I think the next few witnesses will be live, is that correct, Mr. Parker?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we're calling our first witness today, Dr. Najim, and he's in the back here. The marshal will bring him, escort him up to the witness stand, and we'll get started.
Remain standing, raise your right hand and please repeat.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Issam Najm, ISSAM, NAJM.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Najim. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. So, Dr. Najim, I've prepped this jury for you. I've done all the hard work. They understand that you're an expert, number one, so that's why I wanted to say that. Dr. Najim, you are an expert in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And what kind of expert are you?
I specialize in water quality and water treatment and water chemistry.
For the benefit of the jury, can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I hold a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, and I hold a master's and PhD degrees in environmental engineering.
Civil engineering, how does that broad degree factor into your environmental engineering masters and doctorates?
Civil engineering is a collective special field that includes bridges and buildings and roadways and airport design, and it includes water treatment, wastewater treatment, hazardous waste, air pollution, all those are under the umbrella of civil engineering. So when you get into civil engineering at the undergraduate level, you get a sense of all of these fields, and if you want to go to graduate school, you decide what to specialize in, and that's where the environmental engineering part of civil engineering is what I went into and specialized in.
Understood. So the civil engineering degree is a large umbrella. And within that umbrella, you chose to specialize in water treatment.
Correct.
Now, did you have to take any chemical or chemistry classes as a part of your undergraduate degree?
Yes, I did.
And what were those chemistry classes geared towards?
Mostly towards what we refer to as aquatic chemistry, which is basically the chemistry of water in water bodies and the environment.
Yes, sir. And it's my understanding, sir, that you're also a teaching professional.
Yes.
And where do you teach?
I hold an adjunct position at UCLA where I teach environmental engineering.
And how long have you been a teacher?
I started in 1999, so 25 years.
And do you have any professional certifications?
Yes. In the profession of civil engineering, there is a state certification that's called professional engineer certification. Every state has its certification. So I'm a certified civil engineer in the field of environmental engineering in the state of California. And I am also a board certified environmental engineer, which is a national association that you have to have certain qualifications for to be admitted, and there's an exam for it and all that.
All right. And it's also my understanding that you have a company called Water Quality and Treatment Solutions, Inc.
That is correct.
What does that company do?
It's a firm that I established in 2000, so it's 24 years ago, and it specializes in working with municipal water agencies and private water companies to take a look at their water quality, and if there's any challenge, figure out how to fix it, what the problem is, or if there's a new contaminant that's out there that they need to pay attention to, then we do studies to figure out how to remove it from the water.
Prior to forming your own company, did you work for any other professional organizations in the field of water treatment?
Yes, after graduating in 1990, I worked till 2000. So I worked 10 years for an environmental engineering firm in California. That's actually a large national and international firm in environmental engineering. And then I left them in 2000 to start my own business focused on the same thing.
Okay, and could you give us a description of the types of clients that you've worked for or worked with?
Yes. As a small business, we work quite a bit with large engineering firms that have a problem that is a little more specialized than they can handle, so we work with them on that. But most of our people that provide the service for is municipal water agencies. So whether it's Southern Nevada Water Agency or Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, or small water systems across the country. But also I have provided consulting services to a few bottling operations, water bottling operations, such as Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Are you a part of any organizations that specialize or deal specifically with water and water treatment?
Yes, the main one I am very much engaged with is what is referred to as the American Water Works Association, an association that represents predominantly municipal water systems, municipal water agencies, cities and municipalities.
Okay, so these are the large providers of water.
Large and small. I mean, a small town may also be part of AWA.
And have you been a member of any of these organizations? For example, the AWWA?
Yes, I have been a member of AWA since 1985.
How about the American Academy of Environmental Engineers and Scientists? Do you remember that?
Yes, I am. That is the organization that provides the board certification for environmental engineers.
Have you received any awards or recognitions in the area of water quality? Or-
Yes, I have.
Could you describe some of those for us, please?
I'll do it backwards. The most recent one is a National Research Award under the American Water Works Association, that is referred to as the AP Black Research Award. And I've been a Fuller awardee from the association. Fuller is one of the pioneers of water treatment, so there's an award after his name, and a few others.
The Best Paper Award from the AWWA Water Quality Division, what was that about? In 2014.
There is a journal, peer-reviewed journal that's issued, and I have submitted many articles, research papers to that journal, and that paper received a publication award from the journal.
Same in terms of the Best Publication Award in 2007 from the AWWA. Do you recall that? I know I'm testing your memory.
Yes, I don't remember what the paper was, but yes, it is one of the publication awards that I have received from the association.
It's my understanding, Dr. Najim, that you've written or been a part of several reports or articles as a part of your practice. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
My count shows somewhere around 25 articles. Is that about right?
Yes,
Give or take?
give or take.
And it's also my understanding that you've done some research projects, approximately 14 of those that I see on your resume. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Any of those research reports particular to hydrazine?
Yes, 2 reports are particular to hydrogen.
And can you recall the names of those 2 reports?
The exact titles, I don't remember their names, but one of them was from 2006 and one of them was from 2011.
All right. So, Shane, can you put up the next slide for me, please? Does this help refresh your recollection in terms of the names of the 2 articles?
Yes, those are the two reports.
And for the benefit of Tori, before I get myself in trouble, Tori, these are exhibits 95 and 96. They both been exhibited, I believe. I'll look behind me to make sure that Mr. Adu or Mr. Kaufman.
No, we don't have an objection to them. You said that they are admitted?
It's my belief that they were both admitted. So does that help? Does this, these 2 documents being on the screen help refresh your recollection as to the titles, Dr. Najim?
Yes.
Okay. And the first one, Exhibit 95, says formation of hydrazine as a chloramine by byproduct.
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury? And I know, listen, it's a long document, but can you give a brief account to the jury of what that paper was about?
We use chlorine to disinfect water. All the water that you get at your home has chlorine, and that's part of the main public health protection that drinking water has, where we can open the tap and drink it and not get sick. Chloramine, that word in the second line, is another form of chlorine that's also a disinfectant. And that chemical is sometimes used as an alternative to chlorine because it does better for certain waters than other waters. And even though water is water, there's a very big difference between water from this lake versus water from that river. I'm sorry, I have to explain it.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Chloramine is another disinfectant. And in my research, I noticed that there is a possibility for hydrazine to be formed when we use that disinfectant in water disinfection, in water treatment. So I dove a little deeper into it, and we applied for a research fund from the Water Research Foundation to take a closer look at this and understand, is this an issue for municipal water and what needs to be done and things like that. So this was the first of the two studies. This study basically just tried to establish, can hydrazine form from using this disinfectant, and at what levels.
Now, what is the importance of determining whether or not hydrazine can be formed as a byproduct in the, I guess, the provision of water? If you're providing water to the public, why are you concerned about hydrazine being formed?
Well, hydrazine is classified by the US EPA as a carcinogen, as a cancer-causing chemical. And so in the world of municipal water treatment, when we implement water treatment practice, we're always looking for, are there things that can form that are public health concern? And so that raised the flag with me when I was doing the research to understand it a little more, because it's not a chemical you want to have in the water.
So if you could you go to slide number 4 for me, Shane? And then we'll come back to this. So this is what you were just speaking of, Dr. Naja. It says here, hydrazine is a potent carcinogen with a 10/6 cancer risk level. What does 10-6 mean?
Objection, Young scope.
This is a amended document, Sean.
Your Honor, can we approach Your Honor?
Yeah, I mean, and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I may proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. So we're going to take off right where we left off, Dr. Naja. Shane, can you put that back up? Perfect. So it says here, hydrazine is a potent carcinogen with a 10/6. That's where we left off. Explain that to me, please.
In the regulatory world of exposure to chemicals, 10 to the minus a certain cancer risk, that means 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. So 10 to minus 6 is 1 in a million.
Okay.
So in other words, the way it's structured is, it basically says, if you're a person drinking this water 2 liters a day, 70 years, you have the 1 in a million chance of contracting cancer. That's the floor of the regulatory levels that are used in regulating contaminants in water.
And then it says U.S. EPA. Is that the United States Environmental Protection Agency?
That is correct. US EPA is the US Environmental Protection Agency, and that 10 nanograms per liter is, in the world of scales, a nanogram is 1 millionth of a milligram. Keep that in mind.
And we'll need to keep that in mind, because we'll be talking about the FDA test results of hydrazine in real water later. Is that correct?
Correct.
Got it. And then it also says, when administered to various animals, hydrazine and or hydrazine sulfate induce various lung and liver carcinomas, as well as mutagenic effects. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. So when you're advising a municipality, a city, a town, whatever it is, there's a reason behind trying to prevent hydrazine from being in the water.
Yes.
So going back to slide number 2, Shane. That's where we left off. This first article, Exhibit 95, you were telling the jury, you were trying to determine whether or not hydrazine could be formed as a byproduct of chloramine, and because you didn't want it in the water.
Correct.
Because it's harmful to people.
Correct.
Let's go to the second exhibit, 96, quantifying hydrazine in chlorinated water. What's that publication about, or that article about?
So the first study was to look in the lab to do experimentation in the laboratory, which is what we do for my profession, is take a look under water treatment conditions, and in the lab conditions, can we measure hydrazine forming by simulating the conditions of water treatment. The second study was actually going to actual drinking water sources and applying chloramine to them at different conditions and seeing if there's actual hydrazine formation in the actual water used for water treatment. So the first one was a laboratory study. The second one was what we refer to as a real water study. No pun intended.
Got it. And so for 33 years, you've been doing this.
Yes.
And ultimately, you were contacted by the plaintiffs to try to figure out how hydrazine got into real water. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's a publication I wanted to ask you about as well. Could you go to slide number 5? Again, this is Exhibit 95. This piece of equipment, this gas chromatograph, mass spectrometer, what is that?
To be able to detect chemicals in water, you run them through some instrumentation, lab instruments. You inject the sample and you get an output that tells you that that chemical is in there and at certain levels. So this is a long expression of what is expressed as a GCMS, which is basically an instrument. You inject the water sample in it, and on the other side, you get an output that professionals interpret as that chemical being in that water. And that's really what it is.
And this article, I believe, was in 2000, was it 2011? This is chapter 3, I believe, of this article. And it's my understanding that this piece of equipment is relatively available in universities and private laboratories. Is that correct?
Yes, laboratories that want to analyze chemicals for water would have those instruments.
And do you know how long the GCMS equipment has been available or on the market?
I don't know, but I know in my graduate school I worked with a gas chromatograph, and that's 40 years ago, so
It's
I'll
available.
just say it's been since then.
Now, Dr. Najim, just to kind of set the stage for the jury, are you aware whether or not Real Water has retained any expert like yourself to evaluate how hydrazine got into its water?
Not that I have seen.
Have you, to your knowledge, because I know you've reviewed a lot of documents in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And we won't bore the jury with how many documents were reviewed. But in your review of those documents, did you see anything from Real Water where they had an expert come in to try to disprove your opinions in this case?
Objection, speculation.
I asked them to treat with knowledge on.
Your Honor, may we approach?
And gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Najim, in this case, based upon the documents you reviewed, did Real Water retain an expert to dispute, refute, or in any way contradict your opinions on how hydrazine was created in their water?
I need to be clear here. I have a difficult time distinguishing
Hold on one
the portion
second.
that I reviewed.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Oh,
Let's approach just to
Okay.
make sure. You ready, Dr. Najim?
yes, this might be on.
Oh, the mic is the one thing on the red. Yeah, you're good. And I think they can hear you. So Dr. Najim, back to what we were talking about.
Yes.
I want to confine your response to this case, okay? And let me ask it this way. In this case, have you seen a report from an expert retained by Real Water contradicting your opinions in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Najim, can you tell me what hydrazine is?
Hydrazine is ironically, is a fairly simple chemical. It's got 2 nitrogens on it and 4 hydrogens. So it's N2H4. I think we have a slide of that.
Shane, can you put that on the monitor, please? Exhibit 6, slide 6, please. Perfect.
So that's the chemical. It's got 2 nitrogens on it and 4 hydrogens attached to it. And that is all that hydrazine is.
What is hydrazine used for? What was the purpose of hydrazine?
Hydrazine is very much an industrial chemical. It is used and has been researched extensively because it is a defense industry chemical. It's actually a propellant, and it is used even up today. The research on it started after World War II because there was a lot of interest in rocketry and satellites, and it's still used for the maneuvering of satellites and the maneuvering of the space station. So it's a propellant, and it's also used in water boilers for corrosion control in hot water boilers.
So on the news this morning, I don't know if anybody caught it, there was a SpaceX launch, and they were showing a SpaceX vessel coming back down and actually being caught by the launch equipment. Did you see that?
Yes.
Are we still using hydrazine for space research?
Yes, not to fire the rockets, but in maneuvering. So when you see a rocket do a puff on the side to move it, that puff of gas most of the time is hydrogen. When you ignite hydrazine, it generates a lot of nitrogen gas, and that's what makes that propellant.
All right. Dr. Najim, why were you retained by the plaintiffs in this case?
Good question. I understand that they became familiar with the research work that I had done on hydrazine and the chemistry of hydrazine, and they asked me to basically address 3 main questions. First one was to find a way, is there a way to explain how hydrazine may have been formed in the samples that the FDA analyzed and found hydrazine in them. So is there a possible explanation how that could have come about? The other question was related to, you know, if you measure hydrazine after X months of the water being put out on the market, could it have been higher at the time of production? In other words, is there a loss of hydrazine over time in that sample? Okay. And there was a third question, and it was basically to ask the question, when it goes into a product, into a water bottle or water jug or whatever, and you analyze for hydrazine several months afterwards, could there still be hydrazine in there, or would it have been higher before, at the time of production off the line, if you bought it new versus bought it 2 years later or a year later? So it was addressing 2 main areas. One of them is, how could possibly this have formed? And the second, is there a way to know if it was higher before, at the time of production, than compared to the time when the samples were analyzed?
Perfect. Now, I want you to leave the stand, if I could, Your Honor. I want him to step down and go through this process that we've been looking at for a while now.
Yes.
Hold on one second, let's get permission from the
I'm
board.
sorry.
Any objection?
No, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. So if you could, Dr. Najim, can you use this board, which I believe is taken from your report, and explain this diagram to the jury?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this document has been admitted, this diagram has been admitted, I believe, as Exhibit 16.
Okay.
60.
Okay. No objection?
No objection.
When I'm asked a question to find why something happened, I need to understand what was done to get to that point. And so this was part of my trying to reconstruct from the documents that I reviewed by real water plant operations and standard operating procedures and things like that. How did they make real water? So I can understand then how can I explain what may have happened. So this is an explanation of the real water production in one page. So bear with me on that. I'm going to try to use the pointer. So the process starts, and there's 4 steps in here, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Starting with step 1, the plant would take tap water, municipal water that you would bring, and it runs it through a filtration system. And that filtration system prepares it for the production line. And we can talk about the specifics of the filtration system later, but it's not really that critical to the production. So the filtration water, filtered water now goes in, and this is what's referred to as the purified water. It goes into this tank. It fills up 300 gallons of water into this tank. This KCl is a potassium chloride, just a salt. 50 grams of that salt is added to make the water a little saline, because that's important for the production. So that salt is added, and then the water is pumped out through what is commonly referred to in all the documents as the titanium tubes. So there's 2 tubes that the water would go in on one side, and what these tubes are, they are charged very much like you charge a battery.
Let me stop you for 1 second. Your Honor, may I publish the tubes to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go right ahead, Dr.
Thank you. And so as I show in this diagram here, there is a charger that is plugged to the wall, and it's then tied to the tubes at 2 locations. And the water,
I'm sorry, Dr. Nigel. Can you show slide 12 so the jury sees what's being attached to those tubes that they're now looking at? Slide number 12. There we go. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Nigel.
so this is the kind of charger that would be added, and you can see the clamps, very much like the battery clamps that are attached to the tubes. And as the water passes through the tubes, the electric charge splits the water into a negative charged water and a positive charged water, very much like the positive and negative terminals of a battery. And so the negative water is directed on one side, that's the red here, and there's this negative circle, and then the positive water is separated. The positive is not of interest to the production, so it's basically wasted to drain. But they carry the negative water and put it into another tank, and as you split 300 gallons, half of it positive, half of it negative, you end up with only 150 out of 300 as the first negative water, and that's what we refer to as intermediate water. But that is not negative enough, so then they take this 150 into step 2 and pump it again through the tubes. And again split whatever is left over positive in that water, waste that, and collect the highly negative water, and this is what we refer to here as negative water. So we took 300 gallons, took half of it as negative, 150, and then out of 150, took another half of it, and that's the 75 gallons. And those are the kind of tanks over there that would have had those portions stored in them during the process.
Well, let me do some housekeeping right now, Dr. Naja. So, for benefit of Tori, we have Exhibit 71 and Exhibit 69 on the screen, and before then, Tori, we had Exhibit 65 and 66. I believe they've all been admitted by stipulation.
That is correct.
And I apologize, Dr. Najim, just for the record, we have to do that. All right, so, Dr. Najim, these are the types of containers they were using to split this water?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right. And then ultimately, you come down to, I think we're at step 3 now.
Yes.
And then what's happened?
So in step 3, out of the 75 gallons, now this is what referred to as negative water. This is stored as a highly negative water. And now, to prepare what they refer to as the concentrate, or the E2 concentrate, you take purified water again, 300 gallons, and you add 2.5 gallons of this negative water to it, plus 3 chemicals. This is a magnesium chloride, this is potassium bicarbonate, and this is a potassium hydroxide, which is a caustic chemical that is used to control the pH of this water. But ultimately, you generate 300 gallons of what is referred to as the E2 concentrate.
All right. And we showed earlier, ladies and gentlemen, during the opening, that big bottle, the concentrate. Ultimately, that's what they're using to actually make this water product?
Yes, so as I understand it, they sold both the concentrate as a concentrate for people to use, but they also, this is the, in a sense, the syrup that was used to make the product water that goes into the bottles and the cups.
Got it. If you could go to slide number 14 for me. Are those the concentrate type bottles you're talking of? Exhibit 62?
Yes, my understanding was the concentrate was packed in 5-gallon jugs that were left in there, and that's what these Exhibit 62 up here could be. And those are pretty common.
Okay, and again, Tori, I believe Exhibit 62 and 60 have been admitted by stipulation, which are on the screen at this point. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, perfect.
All right, so
Thank you. So this would be the concentrate jug you were speaking of?
That is my understanding. That's a 5-gallon jug.
Okay. It actually says real water concentrate on it.
Oh, okay.
So, and you're familiar with the liter bottles?
I've seen pictures, yes.
All right. So the 5-gallon jugs, the liter bottles, to your knowledge, all of those eventually would have come through the use of these concentrate bottles.
Yes, the product would have, without the concentrate, the product is not what the product is.
Okay. Now let's talk about hydrazine in the product. Did you review the FDA test results on the concentrate?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and from your review of the FDA test results, was hydrazine found?
Yes, the FDA analyzed 3 samples that were collected from the market of concentrate and measured hydrazine in those 3 samples.
If you could, slide 16, please. Your Honor, this is Exhibit 5. This has also been admitted. Sorry?
Yes.
Correct. Within this report, it's dated October 20th, 2021. Do you see that, Dr. Najim?
Yes.
And it appears that hydrazine was identified using the GCMS. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And what were the results of those tests?
2 of those samples are recorded in this here, so the 1.44 and the 1.75, and the unit, and the concentration is on the following line of the thing, which says mg per milliliter, and that's basically milligram per milliliter of water. So a milliliter is 1,000th of a liter. We're not a liter country. We're a gallon country, so, but it is, that's the units used in chemistry.
Are these high numbers?
These are higher than I have seen in any water.
And then, let me show you Exhibit 7, I'm sorry. Slide 17, Shane. I believe this is the 3rd test result, is that correct?
Correct. The third sample had that at the last line, it's 1.33, so it's pretty similar to what the others were.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you.
And again, 1.33 milligram per milliliter.
So in terms of the FDA, they took 3 tests, and did all 3 tests come back positive for hydrazine?
The 3 concentrates that they took were all positive for hydrazine at these levels.
And it appears that, if you could, Shane, highlight the GCMS 2 lines up. See? I'm sorry, red circle. Can you do it? I don't know if the jury can see it. All right. And so with each test, they use the same piece of equipment.
Correct.
All right. If you could go to the next slide, Shane. And is this a GCMS?
This is a commercial GCMS, yes.
Based upon your experience, this type of equipment has been around at least 40 years?
To my understanding, yes.
Now, are you also familiar with the test taken by Eurofins on the liter bottles?
I'm familiar with the testing of Eurofins. I did not know what bottle type they took it from.
All right. And you know they took 7 tests, or they tested 7 bottles?
Correct.
And what were the results of those tests to your recollection?
There were a few of them that had clear presence of hydrazine in them. I don't remember the numbers.
We can bring it up for
I do remember the higher one was 300. You see that down at the, may I use the pointer?
you. Yes, please. Your Honor, can he approach the screen with the pointer?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may approach.
Thank you. It's this sample here, so this is hydrazine on this sample ID was measured at 300. And this unit is micrograms per liter, and I'm sorry, this is 1,000 times higher than the number I mentioned earlier when I said 10 nanograms per liter. So microgram is 1,000 nanograms. So this would be 300,000 nanograms per liter compared to the 10 that I was mentioning earlier.
And so, based upon the Eurofins test, you got 7 samples there. You see that?
Yeah.
Sample 1 through 7. 5 of them show hydrazine above the reporting level, is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you look at the next exhibit, sample 1 and sample 2. Next slide, Shane.
What exhibit is this?
This is exhibit number 8. Exhibit 8 and 9 are both admitted for.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. It says here, sample 1 at the top and sample 2, hydrazine was detected. Go back to that. There we go. Hydrazine was actually detected in sample 1 and sample 2, is that correct?
It says it's less than 0.5.
So reporting, lower than the reporting level, but detected.
Lower than what they can, the laboratory has what is referred to as the reporting limit. It is a limit that they can say, based on the output, I can confidently say it's above that number. But if it's below that number, they cannot quantify it, so they say it's below the reporting limit, we cannot tell you how much it is.
Got it. Now, based upon the FDA results, the Eurofins results, and your own investigation, was hydrazine in the water?
Hydrazine was in the water from the beginning, yes.
Thank you. And based upon your analysis here, displayed on this chart, how do you believe hydrazine was formed?
Okay. When looking at something like this, you have to look at, okay, what was coming in, and could the hydrazine have been in there? and then what was done to the water, and could that have formed? Hydrazine did not come in. I am very confident of that, because first of all, chloramine is not used in the tap water in Las Vegas. I know that for a fact. So, and the filtration system is a reverse osmosis with an activated charcoal filter and all that. So there was nothing coming into the water. So, but we do know that it came out. So it can only happen in the processing of that. And that's when I started to focus. What is it in the processing of this real water that could have generated hydrazine? And so, belaboring the chemistry aside, it is my belief that the charging, the electrical charge on the titanium tube is what formed the hydrazine in that water. And I had some thoughts on how it could have happened in that basically battery of these tubes.
Got it. All right, so now we know that hydrazine, in your opinion, was caused by the use of electrolysis on the titanium tubes that the water was running through, correct?
That is my, yes, my best explanation of this.
And you give that to a reasonable degree of engineering probability, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. And in terms of the second question, Dr. Najm, does hydrazine degrade?
Yes, in the environment, hydrazine is not a stable chemical. It degrades gradually over time.
And does that mean, Dr. Najm, that when real water bottled this water in 2020 or 2021, that the levels of hydrazine was higher than when someone actually drank it?
I would have expected.
Can we approach?
Hold on a second, Dr. Najm.
And gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Najm, back to the question. The level of hydrazine at the time of manufacturing would have been higher than it was when someone actually drank it.
That would be my expectation.
And that's because hydrazine degrades after time.
Decays over time, yes.
So Dr. Najm, when you see the test results on the concentrate and the bottles being so high, do you have any opinion of how high it could have been at the time of creation?
There's no way to tell with any certainty what that number would have been. From what I know about chloramine chemistry, it could be multiple times higher. It could be 2 times, it could be 10 times, I don't know.
And in terms of the samples, the concentrate samples, the urethans sampling, Dr. Najm, if it was higher at the time of creation, of manufacturing process, we know that urethans testing was done 2 years later. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Are you telling this jury that after 2 years, for it to be as high as you saw us reflecting those test results, it could have been 2 or even 10 times higher at the time of creation?
Again, I can't project it mathematically, but that would not surprise me if it was. Yes.
And you said, based upon your review of the FDA results and the urethans test, that these are the highest hydrazine reports you've seen?
Yes.
Do any of your clients that you consult for, municipalities, cities, any of them, did any of them use this process of titanium tubes and electrodes, types, battery clamps attached to them?
Not that I know.
And Dr. Najm, just to finish up with your testimony, if one of your clients actually received notice after notice after notice of complaints, years worth of complaints, would you advise them to test their water?
Objection, beyond the scope, Your Honor.
in the scope of what?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. When I hear beyond the scope, typically,
Let me
it might come up.
let me rephrase, Your Honor. It's a 16.1 violation. There's nothing in his report about customer complaints or anything like this. This is beyond what he is brought here to do. It's not in his report. It's a wholly new opinion. That's my objection. I just said beyond the scope for.
And it's going to be cumulative with Dr. Hutt. This is what Dr. Hutt's going to testify to. They're trying to just put it in front of the jury as many times as possible, I guess.
Your Honor, this is well within his first, his discipline. He's certainly qualified to give this opinion. This question has been asked of him during depositions, been asked of him in other trials. They are aware of this point. I don't know how it could be beyond his scope. It makes no sense to me. This is what he does. This is what we talked about in the beginning of his testimony. He consults with municipalities, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, all of them.
And he testified to this in his deposition.
No, Your Honor. During his deposition, in past trials, he was asked generally if someone had discovered if a client was
Why do you
made.
say that, Jimmy?
Sorry, let me rephrase this. He was asked if he was consulting for someone and they found hydrazine in the water or in their product, what would he do? And he didn't really have an answer during the last trial. In fact, I think he said something the lines of, I'm not consulting for them, so I don't have an answer. And I don't think this has explicitly come up in his deposition. And even if it did, it's still not disclosed. It's still not part of his reports. This is going.
Well, the report is not the end of all ends.
Right.
I mean, it really and truly isn't. All the reports do is put you on notice of the potential areas a witness might be testifying to if he's designated as an expert.
Oh, I understand that, Your Honor. But if there's no mention of customer complaints, there's no mention of any of this in his report. How are we on notice? With all due respect, I'm not trying to be flippant here.
No, I mean, did this come up during his deposition? What did he say during his deposition? on this specific issue?
He was not asked about customer complaints in his deposition, to my recollection.
Your Honor, I asked him if one of his clients received complaints regarding the water. Would you suggest testing? This is what he does for a living.
That's not exactly what.
No.
I don't know how this could be objectionable.
Because you asked him about the way you.
Complaint after complaint after complaint.
That's how you put it.
That's not this witness.
Okay. Say that question again.
Yeah, I said, if one of your clients had received complaints about their water year after year, would you advise them to test water? That's it. I don't see how that's objectionable, Your Honor.
That's Dr. Hutt. You said, and it wasn't just complaints.
And
You
Dr.
said
Hutt is who again?
she's the expert that's going to
She's the
testify
quality
for the
control.
plaintiffs about 5 different factors, including quality control. But she's also going to testify about HACCP, and she's going to testify about real water not responding to complaints. That's her role in this case, not this guy's role.
Right, thank you.
But my question is this: if someone had complaints, he's a water guy, right? He does water expert. Why hydrogen shouldn't be in drinking water? That's basically what his opinion is.
That's where his opinion should stop, Your Honor. His question is about responding to customer complaints. That's Dr. Hutt. He said if your client had complaint after complaint after complaint,
And Dr. Hutt is who again?
plaintiff's complaint expert, for lack of a better word. This is seriously what she's going to talk about, Your Honor.
HACCP expert, Your Honor.
Well, HACCP's a
Quality
little bit
control is
different.
different. That's what I'm saying.
HACCP's only one part of her testimony, though.
But HACCP, it's my recollection that HACCP is policies and procedures in place that go out and do testing on different products at manufacturers.
Right.
It's apples and oranges, Your Honor. That's one of the topics she's talking about. The second topic that she will talk about is she will go through all of the complaints and say that Real Water had no quality control and had in place nothing to respond to complaints. This is completely her testimony, not this expert's testimony. Our objection is this is not in his report. This is outside of the scope of the opinions he has been proffered for. This is opinions that Dr. Hutt will be testifying to. We've seen her testimony 3 times. I know the court's only seen it once, but she's going to cover this.
All I can say is this: yes, I did hear the testimony, but do I have infallible computer-like recollection?
No, I
regarding
don't.
Yeah, I don't. You know. And lastly, Mr. Park, I just want to make sure. What's the question again?
Yeah, I simply asked, if he had a client that he was consulting for, a municipality, a city, or whatever, and they had complaints regarding their water, would you advise them to test? That's it. I don't know how that can not be. That's what he does for a living.
But that's what Dr. Hutt does for a living. She advises clients
Now
on
they're saying
the
it's cumulative, I think, is the objection.
Say that again, I'm sorry, Teddy.
Okay, first, when he came up here, the argument was that it was beyond the scope. Now it's a cumulative argument, John.
No, it's beyond the
This is-
scope because it is cumulative.
Your Honor, this is not.
Well, those are two different issues, not the scope. But it's a simple question, if there's complaints regarding water quality, what would you do?
Right, that's exactly.
And that's exactly what Dr. Hutt's going to testify to, and it was not in his report. It's outside of 16.1. People have asked him about it before. He's given different answers. I assume he's going to change his testimony now, but the damage has been done. Again,
When you say people have asked him about this, when did that happen?
apparently, Mr. Kaufman recalls better than I do, but apparently he said he didn't have an opinion about that because they're not his clients. Now, presumably, he's going to change his opinion and say, well, if they were his clients, he would do X, Y, and Z. And it's splitting hairs, but it's really unfair for him to change his opinion for one thing and testify to something outside of 16.1 disclosures, which are supposed to put us on notice. And I guess, Your Honor, just to finish.
I'm just trying to figure out, but go ahead.
Just to finish, my point about it being cumulative is it's not prejudicial if he doesn't testify to it. That's really my main point, because they're already going to beat this horse to death with Dr. Hutt. And so my only point in raising the cumulative issue is it's just not prejudicial. He's going to get this testimony in through Dr. Hutt. It's coming, I don't know, Wednesday or whenever she's here.
Dr. Hutt is not a water specialist.
She is not. She specializes in consulting with companies to handle complaints and to what they should do when they get complaints. And she will testify, and has testified 3 times now. She'll testify for the 4th time, that when a company gets complaints like this, they should test.
Okay. But is there 2 different issues? Because HACCP is actually different. This gentleman here is a water expert. So, and it can deal with municipal waters, it can deal with bottled waters and products from major manufacturers like Pepsi and Coca-Cola. And so the question is real simple. If you have multiple complaints about the water, did you test?
But Your Honor, and I'll let it go at this. Dr. Hutt will testify that if she was consulting for Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and Nestle, if they got complaints, what would they do? And she's going to testify, and it has nothing to do with HACCP. She's going to testify that good manufacturing processes would require them to shut down the line and do testing. And so again, my point is, this is outside of this expert's testimony. It is within Dr. Hutt's testimony. That testimony is coming whenever it's coming, but I don't think it's fair for the plaintiffs to get 2 bites at the apple, especially if they're going to deviate from his report and talk about these other things. And I heard what the court says, but it doesn't have anything to do with HACCP. It has everything to do with the other opinions that Dr. Hutt's going to offer.
You already hit the nail on the head. These are 2 different experts providing perspectives from 2 different viewpoints, 2 different educational disciplines and experience. He's not talking about HACCP. I'm not asking any HACCP questions. I'm not asking any QC or QA questions, Sean. And that's what she's going to testify to.
And we say beyond his report, what did he say in his report? I just want to make sure I'm
About
very clear.
what?
Water quality.
You're going to have to be, I mean, there's nothing in there about complaints or need to test or anything like that. As a matter of fact, everything about the GCMS testing is beyond the scope of his report, but I didn't object to that either. But he didn't say anything about water quality. His entire report is about the development of hydrazine in the electrolysis process. That's the report. I mean, you know, that's it, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope. That's why I made the objection.
What does he say about hydrogen?
He says a lot about hydrogen, Your Honor. I mean, with all due respect.
Well, I mean, that's kind of my point. Is your question regarding hydrogen and water?
Listen, it's about this is all about complaints in water. They're going to get up and say they didn't know hydrogen was in the water. But he's going to say, and this is why I asked the question, if your clients are telling you that they're getting complaints about their water quality, would you ask them to test the water? That's it. That's exactly what we've been talking about the whole time. The FDA testing, the Eurofins testing, all of that's all within his research information. The books, the articles, all about testing.
He tests, right?
Yeah.
Your Honor, no, he didn't. This is an
There's
expert.
nothing in his report about testing the water, Your Honor. There is nothing. His report does not deal with testing of the water. His report deals with the formation of hydrogen. I have a copy of it if
How do
you
you
like.
know hydrogen's in there without testing? That's the whole thing. You're talking yourself into a circle. The only way they know about hydrogen is because of testing.
Then you determine whether hydrogen is in water or not.
That's right.
We're way off the topic. He wants to testify about what would you do when you respond to complaints. That was
Yeah.
where we objected. And Your Honor, they have an expert who's going to testify what Real Water should have done after receiving complaints.
Well, I think, here's the distinction, and I'll be really clear for the record. There's a difference between manufacturing processes in a sense that Real Water was running their business, right? This is dealing with hydrogen, and it doesn't matter if hydrogen is found in municipal water, whether it's found in part of the manufacturing process, but if you find hydrogen, it seems like to me, that's the type of potential problems you test for. And I understand it's very rare, I get that, but he's a water expert.
Your Honor, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I may agree with you about the hydrogen, but again, the question's about customer complaints, and that's where our objection is. And I understand what the court is saying, but when he doesn't talk about complaints in his report, we're not on notice. When there's another expert who's going to talk on complaints, we have to believe that that's the expert that's going to cover this topic. This expert, the question Teddy's asked is not, if they found hydrazine in the water, what should they have done, because they didn't find hydrazine until after the recall. But his question was about the complaints, Your Honor.
And if there's complaints, shouldn't there be testing?
Thank you. That's it.
But, I mean,
That's exactly
But then,
right, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that's exactly the problem, because this expert didn't review the complaints. He doesn't have opinions on the complaints. Again, what they're trying to do is they're trying to have this expert talk and testify about what Dr. Hutt's going to testify to. That's our whole point.
Your Honor, you've already crystallized the issue. Dr. Hutt is not a water expert. This is the only expert we have that can give this opinion.
Okay.
I think we have a pretty good record.
No, we have a good record. I want it to be limited to complaints about water quality.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Nash, I promise this was the last question. It took a while to bring it back to you. You ready? If your client, ones you're consulting with, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, City of Los Angeles, whatever, a town, a village, if you're getting water quality complaints, do you advise them to test?
It's a very easy answer, yes, of course.
All right. And based upon your review of information, the information you reviewed in this case, did you see any GCMS tests performed by Real Water from 2008 or 2013, 2021?
Not that I have seen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naga.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I know there's a question already by one of the jurors. You
We'll,
probably
we'll
didn't-
wait for the end, and then everyone will get a chance to respond to it.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh, absolutely, you're not done yet, sir.
No, I meant from standing.
Oh, no, you're fine. If you want to stand up and stretch, sir, you can do that.
I was going to say, you can stand or sit, whatever you prefer, Dr. Najm. How you guys doing today? All right, Dr. Najm, I am going to jump around a little bit, but first, you said you previously consulted for Pepsi and Coke, correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
Early 2000.
Okay. And based on your testimony today, it sounds like a lot of your current consulting work is focused on municipal water sources, am I correct?
That is correct.
Do you do any current consulting with bottled water companies in regard to water quality?
Not at this time.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about the concentration of hydrogen that was found in the EPA and Eurofins reports. Do you have, and let me start with this. At the concentration found in the FDA reports, would hydrazine be visible in those samples?
I would not know.
Okay. Would you know if it would be, you'd be able to smell it?
I would not know.
Okay. And, you know, I'm not an engineer. I'm horrible at math, which is why I became an attorney. But the concentrations that were formed, you talked about them being possibly 2 to 10 times higher at the time of manufacture, correct?
That is a possibility, yes.
Possibility. Can you provide us any, it's a pretty broad range, wouldn't you agree? 2 to 10 times?
It's narrower than 2 to 100.
Well, that is true. I will concede that, Doctor. Can you narrow that concentration down anymore?
I cannot.
Okay. Would the way the samples were stored by the so I don't know if you saw, but in the FDA report, it looked like the samples were collected in March and then tested in October. Is that consistent?
That is my recollection.
Would the storage of the samples affect the amount of hydrogen in samples?
It could.
Okay. Would the fact, let's talk about Eurofins. So Eurofins was testing of retail bottles, correct? One of these? Or similar to this, we don't know exactly.
Maybe similar to that, the collected product water.
Okay, so the retail bottles are closed, right? The lid?
Yes.
Okay. What, would the closure of the environment affect the degradation of hydrazine at all?
The cap is closed.
Mm-hmm.
The plastic is not, instead of using a double negative, the plastic is permeable.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, the plastic, that would not be a quote-unquote closed environment.
Correct.
Would the permeability of the plastic lower the degradation rate of hydrazine?
No, the permeability of the plastic would allow oxygen to go into the bottle and therefore increase the degradation of hydrazine.
Okay. Now, Mr. Parker kind of talked about your, he talked about your chart, which, by the way, I love your chart, but I think it's great. You basically, at the end of the day, your hypothesis is that the combination of the titanium tubes and the electrolysis led to the formation of hydrogen, correct?
That is my hypothesis, yes.
Okay. Now, in your report, I believe you outlined 2 possible pathways that this could occur. Is that correct?
2 possible chemical reactions inside the tubes that could have formed hydrazine.
Okay. So, can you tell me today, do you believe either one of those possibilities is more likely than the other?
I do not know which one is more significant than the other. They may have both produced hydrazine. I don't know.
So they could have occurred simultaneously?
Yes.
Do you believe they occurred simultaneously?
I do not have a way to just say that they occurred simultaneously or did not.
Okay.
These are 2 chemical pathways that chemically can form hydrazine, and both of them could have occurred in that battery, and that's as far as I can take it from a professional opinion.
Okay. So you can't say one was more likely than the other?
That is correct.
Okay. You talked about, given that we can't, did you do any like bench testing or testing of your own to try and form hydrazine using the titanium tubes and electricity?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did you ask to do anything like that?
No.
Okay. Your report and your testimony today focused on, you published 2 articles on hydrogen, one in 2006 and one in 2011, correct?
Correct.
Since 2011, aside from your work in this case, have you done any additional work on hydrazine?
I have not.
Okay. Have you kept up with literature on hydrazine?
On and off, but not intensely, because the work that I do, hydrazine is not much of a player.
Okay, when you say hydrazine is not much of a player, prior to this case, had you ever seen hydrazine appear in a bottled water product before?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. It's fair to say this is kind of a novel instance, this, what happened here?
I don't know what you define novel.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question then. The products that Real Water put into its water, they are mainly salt, some form of salt, correct?
The chemicals that were used in the production, yes, they're mostly salts and a caustic solution.
Okay. Let's talk about the caustic solution. That was, let me pull up my notes because I always get this wrong. That was the potassium chloride, right?
No,
No. Okay. See, I told you I'd get it wrong. Which one is the caustic solution?
potassium hydroxide.
Hydroxide. Okay. Now that was the one that had that was the label. It had a bucket and it said corrosive on the side, correct?
That is my understanding.
And that would be that warning sign. That would be for the raw product, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you were to take that the raw product, when you're sorry, let me strike that. Let me start over. Also, during your testimony, there were pictures of a gas mask and a pair of rubber gloves. Those are the proper protective equipment to use when dealing with a caustic mineral, right?
Yes.
Okay. So those were actually, that's something they should have had there to use the potassium hydroxide, right?
Well, they should have used. I don't know if they used or not.
Okay. When you take the potassium hydroxide and you put it into a water solution, it's still caustic, correct?
The definition of a caustic is a chemical that raises the pH
Okay.
of water when you add it to it.
Okay.
So the caustic is that corrosive chemical that's in that tank. When you add it to water, it raises the pH of that water.
So you're raising the pH. Okay, let me use corrosive. Let's focus on corrosive then. When you add potassium hydroxide to the water, does it become less corrosive? Because it's diluted?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Is it safe to drink water that contains potassium hydroxide in small quantities?
Depending on the quantity and depending on the resulting pH of the water, yes.
Is there anything wrong with the pH of real water as it to drink?
For that pH value, no.
Okay. Would the amount of potassium hydroxide in there be concerning to you to drink?
No.
Okay. Now you talked about, towards the end of your testimony, you talked about testing. Did you review any of Real Water's, any testing done by Real Water?
Yes.
What kind of testing did they do?
They did what we refer to as standard analytical work, which is pH, calcium, conductivity, temperature.
Did you see any heavy metal testing, anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. You talked about GCMS being available for about 40 years. You know, is it fair to say that GCMS is more prevalent now than it was 40 years ago?
Sure.
I mean, technology, you would agree with me, technology's gotten a little bit better over the last 40 years, right?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious, when you were working with GCMS in your undergrad, was that mainly confined to the academic world?
And I was working with a GC. I did not have the MS for the type of research that I was doing. So it was gas chromatograph alone. And it was not confined to academic work. No.
Okay. And then just let me check my notes. I think I'm about done here. When was the last time you studied hydrazine, aside from this case?
2011 is the last time.
Thank you, Doctor. It's always interesting to hear you talk. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Najim, I only have a couple of follow-up questions for you. All the opinions you gave today, were they all to a reasonable degree of engineering probability?
Yes.
And Mr. Kaufman asked you about taste, smell, and appearance of hydrazine. In high enough quantities, what would hydrazine smell like?
At high enough quantities, hydrazine will start to smell as a fishy odor.
Could it even have a chemical smell to it?
You know, the fish and nitrogen and ammonia are all sort of similar smells.
All right. And then in high enough quantities, could it have a sheen appearance on the water?
That is my understanding of it, yes.
All right. And then, as a water expert, Dr. Najim, when a client of yours, like a city or a state or a town, when they fail to test, do you have situations like the city of Flint or Camp Lejeune?
Objection beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
I'll sustain, rephrase, Mr. Barnes.
Sure, sure. Is there a benefit to testing quality of water?
It's the foundation of public health protection.
Good enough. Thank you so much, Dr. Najim. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Just, no, I'm fine.
Okay. We have a jury question?
Yes, sir. You wanna?
Can we? Gentlemen, you can both hold it.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
Object to it. Dr. Hyde at best, and there's multiple questions mixed in here. There's nothing, I'm sorry, Teddy, let me just finish really quick. There's nothing in his report about any topic on this.
He's talking about public safety. He's talking about water testing. How does he not be the right person to ask that question?
He talked about water testing and public safety over our objections, but okay.
Testified beyond his report over our objection.
No, say that again.
He's testifying beyond his report over our objection. This is further beyond his report. There is zero in his report about this. Nothing.
Jury question on a follow-up area.
Billy, you're going to get this with Dr. Hutt. I don't know why you want to get it with this guy. Dr. Hutt's better at this anyways.
He's not a water expert.
No, she's a processes expert and an expert in what companies should do in responding to complaints, and this is completely her topic. This is why we objected before. The water bottle's on the stand, so you don't forget it.
Should have cut a roll. Should have been testing for documents. Considering the machines and chemicals that were being used just for public safety. Now, what's the problem? Should have been testing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, what's the problem? Here's my biggest concern, and nothing that I wanted. And looking here says, should the company realize, should have been testing throughout the months, years, considering the machines and chemicals that were being used just for public safety.
It's a hypothetical question. The public safety question goes to Dr. Hutt. We can cross-examine Dr. Hutt on what she did and did not review. We can't cross-examine this expert on stuff that's well beyond his report and into the opinions of another expert. They're going to get this in with Dr. Hutt. Dr. Hutt's going to talk about this probably for over an hour.
Oh.
You're not supposed to do that.
No, I just want to make sure the jury number was on the bottom instead of the top.
Stop trying to cheat, Teddy.
I can pull it up from the top. That's a bigger question.
So
regulatory
wait,
questions.
you guys can sit here and shit on my client for not doing GMS.
You gotta watch it.
Sorry. But
That was precluded by motion to eliminate.
Yeah, we can't talk about the regulatory stuff. I didn't ask him anything about regulations. Not one, not one regulatory question that I asked.
I think we're in agreement the second question can't be asked, right?
Yeah, the same
Are we in
question.
agreement the second question can't be asked, just to move it along?
We
Thank
agree
you.
on that.
I want to make sure, Mr. O'Doul, I understand precisely what the objection is.
Yes, Your Honor, a couple things. This may be a proper question for Dr. Hutt. Dr. Hutt's going to testify as to what Real Water should and should not have done in the course and scope of their operations. She's got a report that extensively goes into this. She's got, 3 trials now under her belt. She talks about this extensively. This expert did not have any opinions at all regarding what Real Water should or should not have done. His role was to determine how hydrazine got in the water. Now we're well beyond that. We're moving into areas where it's remote at best that he can comment on this. We don't know what answer we're going to get from him. If I had asked him this question in his deposition, I imagine he would have deferred to Dr. Hutt, because I would have asked it just like that, and I would have then ended with, or are you deferring to Dr. Hutt? And I'm sure he would have taken my suggestion and deferred to Dr. Hutt. I can't do that with a jury question. I can't change it. But, Your Honor, it's just not fair that he's going to now deviate from his opinions and start talking about things that plaintiffs have another expert who's going to talk about, who's been properly deposed, who's properly given us notice in the scope of her opinions. We would suggest the court not allow this question to be asked now, and then it can be asked later of Dr. Hutt. But I'm 100% sure this is going to be covered by Dr. Hutt, 100%.
And we've already had an answer regarding testing in general, right?
We had a question as to what he would recommend his clients to do if they.
Yes.
And he said this is what he would do. This is just a follow-up to that.
All right. I think this is how I'm going to handle it. And it is a follow-up. But here's my, this is a fine line, but I'll cut it. I see there's a difference between receiving complaints and how a customer should respond to that. And he's already testified to that. This to me appears to be going more towards business practices as it pertains to testing. So I'm not going to ask this one specific question. But we have the testing in there.
We'll hear it later. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. But I mean, that's slight difference.
All right.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of questions, and I decided after reviewing them and discussing them with the council that I'm not going to ask these questions. But understand this, they're great questions, but for different reasons that I can't go into detail on the record with you individually, I'm not going to permit him to answer these questions. All right, anything else from council?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing, no.
All right. Can we release the doctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, you're welcome, sir, thank you. I know they did. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media, Remember that prohibition, and last but not least, not form express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. Take 15.
All right for the jury.
Okay. We'll stipulate to that. Is that for our subpoena?
Yeah.
Just one. Oh, they're different.
No, that's same.
Well, we just need one side.
Yeah. And so I was gonna move to make these at the beginning.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then the only other slide is,
And who do we have next?
Well, with that now, I believe.
no, I think we have Mr. Egley.
Oh,
Mr. Egley, a plaintiff here.
Okay, I understand.
The only other slide is the.
And first to take the stuff
You
first.
can, ma'am.
I'm off to my-
We go up there.
You may be seated.
All right, can we bring the jury in?
One quick thing, Your Honor. We have a stipulation to admit Exhibit 392.
All right. So stipulated.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you got that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Is
So,
that the only one?
we have a question, is that the only one stipulated?
Yes, Your Honor, that's it.
Because I was given more and they aren't admitted. I was given 338 and 794 and those are not admitted.
338.
Was for later.
Oh,
Thank you. 338, I think, is for Dr. Datnow, right?
that's for Cherie Rasmussen.
Oh,
Those are the
okay,
select
sorry.
medical records.
Yeah, 338 is fine. No objection to that.
Okay, shall be admitted.
And Tori, just to be clear, that is the new 338. It's the select records, hard copy. And I'm sorry, what was the other one?
794.
That's
And that was a hard copy.
That's data.
Oh, that would be the
I'm
new,
gonna address that one.
the new liver slide.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, we had the liver slide, the tissue slides, and the bigger exhibit, so we took out all the rest of it, we just got the pure slides. And that's in the set, it's labeled 794, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, and I would move to admit that now, and also exhibit 513, which is the morale slide. And we're doing it now instead of during Dr. Datnow, because Mr. O'Do wanted to put the objection on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. On Exhibit 513, the biopsy of Severino Morales, this was subject to one of our pretrial motions. We would renew that at this time. Basically, Severino Morales was a plaintiff in a prior case, and we had concerns about plaintiffs recovering damages in this case, since Severino Morales has already had a jury verdict rendered in his favor. In addition, there were some objections about Dr. Datnow's testimony being beyond the scope of his report. In that case, Dr. Datnow provided new opinions at trial. Real Water objected to his new opinions. Real Water objected to then Dr. Hudson providing new opinions based on Dr. Datnow's new opinions. And Judge Hardy overruled those objections. Those objections are now subject to post-trial motions and could be subject to appeal. It's a long-winded way of saying we just want to make sure that we're not waiving any objections. We understand this court's prior rulings.
I respect that, sir.
Yeah, just add that, you've already ruled on this, and in addition, Mr. O'Do did refer to the 5 babies, so there's 4 there. This is one of the 5 babies.
All right, and I'll stand by my prior ruling in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Kemp, you said that 794 was 1 through 13, but I have 1 through 14.
Yes, there's one more, 14, those are 14. And the other exhibit's 5, 1, 3.
And they're both objected to and admitted?
We're objecting to 513. We are not objecting to the other exhibits.
Okay.
All right, and so are we ready to bring the next witness in? I guess we gotta bring the jury. How long do you think this would take, Mr.?
I think he'll be about 15 minutes, and I think Dr. Datnow's direct will be about 30, 35, so either we can break early for lunch or see where we're at with Mr. Abley. But I think, why waste the time? I'd rather just put up Dr. Datnow's direct and break it 12:15, 12:20.
Okay, whichever is convenient. I mean, you know how efficient you can be.
Right.
If we can be done with, I don't know, I mean, it's,
I think he's gonna be quick, Your Honor, because Mrs. Abley already discussed a lot of it.
okay, we'll see where we end up. We shoot for, at a minimum, at, I guess, maximum, I should say, 12:15, we'll be done
That's
by.
fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ready?
All right, for the jury.
All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and it's my understanding the plaintiff will call their next witness, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff's next witness is Trevor Abley.
Why don't you step? Remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Trevor Abley, TREVOR ABELE.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning, Trevor.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Trevor Abley.
Is this your first time testifying in court?
Yes, it is.
You nervous?
I'm very nervous.
It's natural. I think everyone who sits up there is a little nervous. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, heard from your mother, Sandy, on Friday. But we wanted to have you tell us what you remember in your own recollection, in your own words. And even though your mother told us a little bit about it on Friday, can you tell the jury where you're currently living?
I'm currently living in Boston, Massachusetts, and I am there for hockey right now, and I'm gonna be there for
And are you still doing high school while you're out there?
Yes, I am. I'm doing my high school online for paper room.
Must be pretty hard living on your own for the first time and finishing high school.
Yes, it is. I've been homesick the past few weeks, so it's nice to get back with my family too. So.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the league that you're playing in?
So I'm playing in the USBHL Premier, and it's basically a league that kind of helps you like develop for college hockey, and they're kind of like rooted towards college hockey, and they try and there's a ton of NCAA D1 and D3 commits coming out of that league, so it's a really good league.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What position do you play?
I play defense.
Have you always been a defenseman?
Yes, I have.
When did you start playing hockey?
So I started skating when I was 3 years old, and I started playing hockey when I was 5 years old. And hockey's just always been part of my life because my mom was a figure skater and my dad played high school and college hockey, but he played roller hockey as well. And it was just kind of meant for me to be, and like most kids, they have a teddy bear when they sleep. I would sleep with a hockey puck.
You have overcome some unique challenges in getting to where you are today. Is that true?
Yes, it is true.
Let's talk about that. Do you remember getting sick in 2016 from real water?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
So it was on a weekend, and I remember waking up, and I just felt weak, and I just felt pain all over my body and my stomach, and I woke up and I was screaming in pain, and my parents woke up and came to me, and they were telling me that I looked yellow, so my parents called my pediatrician, and they were trying to get me to go to him emergency in the morning, and he sent me to the ER, and I was there all day and all night, and my parents told me at the end that basically I had an enlarged spleen, and my liver I had liver failure, and they didn't really tell me the extent of my injuries because they didn't want to scare me because I was only 9 years old.
So as a 9-year-old being rushed to the hospital, waking up the way that you did, what's going through your head? What were you feeling?
I was feeling scared and confused, and I didn't know what was going on, and I was honestly just scared for my family. I didn't want to be in the hospital, and it was just a normal weekend, and I was just confused on what was happening.
Now, after that initial hospitalization, what happened next?
So I was sent back home by the doctors, and because they wanted me on bed rest, because it was safer for me to be at home than it was for me to be at the hospital. And I couldn't go outside, I couldn't go to school, I couldn't play hockey, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even be around other people because if I got sick, then I really couldn't fight anything. And so I was just stuck at my house with my parents.
You were in 3rd grade?
Yes, I was in 3rd grade.
This time period when you couldn't go to school, couldn't play hockey, you were on bed rest and restrictions, what do you remember about this time?
So I remember I would wake up with rashes all over my body, and they would itch, and I would itch myself till I bled, and my parents and my brother would have to hold me down because I couldn't help it, and I was in an intense amount of pain, and I was constantly throwing up throughout the day, and I would have to carry a throw-up bowl with me everywhere I went. I had to go get blood tests. I had to get a blood test every 2 days. And I couldn't even drive in the car because I would get motion sick, and my mom would have to stop multiple times just on like a 10-minute drive for me to throw up on the side of the road. And I just felt weak every single day I woke up. I felt lethargic. I just didn't feel like doing anything. I had no motivation to do anything. And I also I had to use the restroom probably about every 5 to 10 minutes. And I really couldn't do anything.
Shane, can you please put up exhibit 392? Trevor, this is admitted exhibit 392. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this picture shows?
It shows the rashes on my body.
You mentioned that you were frequently going to the bathroom. What was it painful when you would go to the bathroom?
Yes, it was.
Could you just describe just a little bit what that was like?
It was just a stinging pain.
And was your urine a different color than it normally is?
Yes, it was. It was kind of like a maple color. It looked like what maple syrup looked like.
On Friday, your mother testified a little bit about you losing a lot of weight from the frequent vomiting. Can you
Yes.
describe that a little bit?
So I couldn't keep any food down, and I would basically throw up all my food. And the only things that I could keep down were soup and any like drinks. And I think it was a couple weeks or like a week or two after after I figured out that I had my injury, that I lost I went down from like 105 pounds to almost 80 pounds in the span of a couple days. And so my mom started putting me on shakes that would help me gain weight, because I was losing a weight where I couldn't like put on weight. So.
And what happened to your body after drinking those shakes?
It helped me gain weight, and towards the end of my injuries, I kept drinking those, and it caused me to put on a ton of excess weight that I didn't have before.
How did that affect you?
It affected me really mentally, because I wasn't really happy with my body afterwards. Like, I was a skinny fit kid before, and then now I had a stomach afterwards, and it kind of made me insecure, especially at school, because I had kids like call me fat at school afterwards, and it kind of made me insecure about my body, and kind of like gave me an insecurity I didn't have before.
And did you change your eating habits as a result of that insecurity?
Yes, I did. So I started a borderline eating disorder. I would skip meals because I didn't want to gain any more weight, and I wanted to lose weight and look like what I did before. And so I would just start skipping meals and just trying to lose the weight that I gained.
Did that worry your parents?
Yes, it did. So my parents took me to a psychologist, so he could help.
Did the psychologist help you with that?
Yes, she did.
On Friday, your mom told the jury about how you slowly started to get better over time, and what a gradual process that was. What was it like when you were able to start playing hockey again?
So when I started playing hockey again, I gradually went into it. So I would go to practices, but I would just like skip some drills, and I would just go sit on the bench if I didn't feel up to it. And I didn't play any games for the rest of the season. Actually, I would play some games, but I would only play like a couple shifts. So I gradually went back into hockey until I started feeling better enough, and I also had to do, I was doing training, and I had to do private trainers, and I did off-ice training to get back to where I was gradually over the years.
Was that difficult, not being able to do what you love?
Yes, it was.
And what about in terms of your performance? Were you behind in comparison to the other kids?
Yes, I was behind. After 3, 4, 5, 6 months of not like playing hockey and not skating, I was kind of behind all the other kids, and I had all these tournaments and opportunities that I had at the chance that I wasn't able to attend, and my teammates did, and they kind of just set me back, and I wasn't feeling well, so I just had to work even harder to get back to where I was before.
When you were out of school for those multiple months, did you have any contact with any of the kids in your class?
So yeah, my class decided to do Zoom calls every week with me to make sure that I was okay, and they would come check in on me, and that was kind of really the only thing when I was on bed rest at my house that I was looking forward to every week, was saying hi to all my classmates.
And were you able to keep up or do anything in the school while you were on this bed rest?
No, I was not, because I wasn't able to really do anything. I just didn't feel like doing anything. I wasn't up to it.
Did you fall behind in your schoolwork?
Yes, I did fall behind in my schoolwork, and my mom had to do many years of tutoring with me to get caught back up.
Was that hard work?
Yes, it was.
What was it like when you went back to school?
So when I went back to school, it was a little hard for me because obviously, like, I was happy to see like my friends and everything at school, but it was also hard like in the social aspect. I hadn't seen them in a couple months, and I hadn't really seen anybody except for my parents and my brother, or really talked to anybody. So it kind of like just made me like kind of shy, and like I didn't really know what to say, because all these kids had gone on like field trips and experienced the school year, and I was just at home, just resting at home, and it kind of just ruined my social aspect like for the next like couple of years, and I kind of turned into like a kid that was talking to all my friends into a shy kid.
The jury heard a little bit about your older brother. Was he supportive?
Yes, he was. He would always stay by my side and make sure that I was okay, and he would entertain me because I would get bored at home. And my brother was always there for me, and he took care of me and helped my parents with stuff that I needed when I was
Shane,
sick.
can you please put up exhibit 413? Trevor, what is this picture?
So this is a picture of me laying in bed. I think I'm sleeping, but my brother was just like, he would just always be next to me. Like same thing with my mom, they wouldn't leave my side. So.
Were your parents supportive as well?
Yes, my parents were really supportive, especially my mom. She took time off of work to make sure that I was okay, and I don't think there was a minute I was without her.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. I mean, I feel like whenever I get sick nowadays, it just takes me a longer time to heal, or when I get injured. So that's kind of caused anxiety for me to get injured, especially with like hockey and stuff like that, because like for example, me and my brother would get like a cold, and he would be done with it within a week, and I would be done with it in like 2 weeks. So it would just take me a longer time to heal with sicknesses and injuries, and just affected me in that way. And then I also have long-lasting effects from when I was sick. I never had this before, but after I got sick, I started getting stuff like warts on my body that my body couldn't fight off, and I still have them today.
Do you ever worry about the future?
Yeah, I worry about the future, especially like if there's any long-lasting effects from my illness or from my sickness. And
Are you aware that plaintiff's medical expert, Dr. Hudson, has recommended that you and the other plaintiffs undergo future medical monitoring related to your livers?
yes, I am.
Is that something you intend to do?
Yes, it is.
And did you meet with the plaintiff's neuropsychological expert, Dr. Stephen Sands?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware that Dr. Sands has recommended that you and the other plaintiffs undergo future cognitive and psychological evaluations and treatment?
Yes, I am.
Is that something you're committed to doing?
Yes, it is.
Trevor, I know you are in the middle of a busy hockey season and living across the country, but we appreciate you coming here to tell the jury your story in your own words. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, my name is Joel Adu. Do you prefer that I call you Trevor or that I call you Mr. Abley?
Trevor.
I get it. I never got used to be calling Mr. Adu until I went to law school, and then they insist on calling you that. So Trevor, thank you so much for your testimony here today. I'm going to be short, just to give you a preview, and I'm very sorry you got sick. I want to ask you about, I'm just going to do it chronologically because that's probably easiest for you. You got sick in 3rd grade?
Yes, I did.
And it was towards the end of the school year, right?
Yes, it was.
So you had a couple of months until summer break.
I'm not sure exactly when it was, but
And that's fine.
around there.
And it's not that critical, but it looks like you missed about the last 3 or 4 months of 3rd grade. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and one of the concerns that they had was they didn't want you moving around, and so your family got you a video game of some kind?
Yes, they got me an Xbox.
An Xbox. Did you play a lot of hockey on Xbox?
I played a little bit of NHL, and I played Battlefront and Call of Duty.
And were you able to play online with your friends?
So none of my friends really played, so I would just play by myself, and plus they were all at school, so.
What about on the weekends? Do your friends play Xbox now, or did they start playing it, or do you pretty much still play alone?
I still play with my, on Xbox with my friends from time to time.
So I have to ask you this, because my kids got an Xbox and they took over their parents' accounts. And so, for example, one of my kids' friends is like Cool Engineer 117 or something like that. Did you get your own account with your own name, or did you take over your dad's name? How did that work?
I stole my dad's account.
Did you? Okay. And what about your friends? Did they use their parents' account? Or
Yes, they also did.
So it's kind of funny, you see some of the funny names that the dads picked?
Yeah.
Okay. So I understand that summer was not the greatest for you. Do you remember when you started to feel better?
No, I did not.
When's your birthday?
August 21st.
Do you remember if you felt better before your birthday in August of 2016?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you remember feeling better before you went back to school in 2016?
I did. I remember at school I had a special pass when I went back, and like days I wouldn't feel well or like I had symptoms or anything. I had a special pass to go with a nurse, and I would be able to leave school. So I still have lasting effects into the next school year.
Okay, so in 2016 you would have started 4th grade in what, like September or so?
Yes, September.
And when you first started in September, you had a pass so you could leave if you needed to?
Yes.
And you kind of eased your way back into school in the fall of 2016?
Yes, I did.
And as part of that, you had a lot of work to catch up to do, right?
Yes, I did.
And your mom helped you with that?
Yes, and she also got me tutors.
And as part of your recovery, so to speak, did things improve by the end of 2016 by, say, well, right now we're coming up on Halloween. Did things get better by Halloween, or are we still kind of touch and go, or the words you want to use?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember getting better by, like, Thanksgiving, where you'd be in school more?
I'm not sure.
What about by the Christmas break?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember when you started to go to school full-time?
I think it was towards the second semester.
Or the second, so the second semester would be after January?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start playing hockey again?
So I started playing hockey again like into next year, which was started around school time, same as school. But I was only practicing with the team, and I would go to every practice, and I would just be on the bench for like drills that involved like hitting or something like that, because I still, my doctor advised me to not be physical, and basically I was just in practice a lot with the team.
And would that have been in 2016 or 2017?
Around 2016, but I eased into hockey. Like what you would do, like coming off of the injury, like if you broke your leg, you would ease back into something. So that's what I did.
Gotcha. When was or during that time frame, 2016, 2017, 2018, what was the hockey season? Like when did it start and when did it end approximately?
It started around like probably September and ended probably around like February, March.
Okay. And so that season then, you kind of eased your way in. By the end of that season, were you playing in games or not so much?
So I wouldn't play in all the games, but I was playing in games, yes. And I would skip shifts if I wasn't doing okay. So.
Okay, and for people who are not as hockey literate as you may be, shifts would be like they had a line, so it'd be like the first line goes in, and then when that line comes out, the next line goes in. Is that what you mean by shifts?
Yes.
And so shifts would be less than a full period.
So shifts would just be like you going out there for 45 seconds and then coming back. So that's a shift.
And then if you didn't feel well, you would just wait at the coach or whatever?
Then it would go in like order, or there'd be like 3 D pairs, and then they would take a shift, the next person would take a shift, and then I would take a shift, and then it resets.
I
So
gotcha.
I would just, if I didn't feel well, then I would just skip my set.
Gotcha. And you were still playing defense, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and so 2017, 2018 season, was that more normal for you?
So it was definitely better than the previous season. I was training with my doing private lessons in the morning, and I was doing off-ice training at night. So it was definitely an improvement, and I slowly worked my way up to playing full games. I'm not sure which year or season it was, but I did do that eventually.
Okay. Did you win any awards in hockey in those years?
Yes, I did.
What awards did you win?
I won Defenseman of the Year award.
Good for you. And is that Defenseman of the Year, is that a team award? Is it a state award? What kind of award is that?
It's kind of like a team and league award.
I didn't hear the word, second word, sorry, team?
Like a league award.
A league award, okay. Well, congratulations. You saw a psychologist to help you with eating, right?
Yes, I did.
When about was that?
I'm not sure, but probably around 1 or 2 years after my injury.
That's fair. And that person, what was their name?
I'm not sure. It was one of my mom's friends.
Okay, did that person help you?
Yes, she did.
And how long did you see him approximately?
So I went to her twice, and I did two-hour sessions.
Okay, just 2-hour sessions?
Yes.
And that seemed to help?
Yes, because basically in my mind at that point, I didn't think anything was wrong, and that me skipping meals was a good way to lose the weight that I had from eating and gaining weight back. And she basically told me that I can't be skipping meals, and she kind of explained that to me, and then I finally realized what I was doing. So.
Gotcha. How about today? Do they have you like on some kind of special meal plan?
No.
Do they make recommendations as part of your hockey training, what to eat and what not to eat?
Yes, they do.
Do you follow those recommendations?
I do most of the time.
Fair enough. What is off-ice training, or what was off-ice training?
So off-ice training at that time, I wasn't lifting weights or doing any of that because I was too young. Basically, it would be like we would go to like a park and there's a hockey rink there, and I would have my trainer, and we would do like shooting and stuff like that. And I'll do like do you know the footballers where they like pull something from behind them, like and basically just and like cardio. It was basically like cardio and hockey, like fundamentals that we work on.
Gotcha. Last year was your junior year in high school?
Yes, it was.
How was your junior year?
It was good.
Did you go to the prom?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a good time?
Yes, I did.
Good for you. How was hockey last year?
Hockey went well. We won states for our team, and then we went to nationals, but that didn't go so well. But we won states for Nevada for high school.
Congratulations. Did you win any awards as part of hockey last year?
No, I did not.
Do you have any points in the championship game?
No, I did not.
Did you, as I understand it, their points, you know, like obviously you score a goal, but do they have a different set of points for defensemen?
So points is either a goal or an assist.
Okay. Do you have any assists?
I may have had one.
The game went well, your team won the championship?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw anybody about getting any kind of psychological counseling? Has there been that person that you saw just the 2 times?
Yes.
When was the last time you went to the doctor?
Well, my parents just schedule like every few months, but probably right before I left for Boston, so around 2 months ago.
Was that part of your physical to play hockey?
I did that beginning of the summer, I think. But I think it was just a checkup.
Just a checkup. You have a doctor here in Las Vegas that you see?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you like that doctor?
Yes, I do. I've been going to him since I was born.
Great. What's that doctor's name?
Dr. Laporte.
Dr. Laporte, and that's been your doctor since you were 4 years old?
Yes.
All right. Trevor, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Pepin.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, we need name and badge number. I think what we'll do, we'll break after this. You agree, ladies and gentlemen, time to go lunch? After this. Thank you, ma'am. And, sir, we have a question from juror number 7 for you, and I'll read them to you. It starts out, quote, "Your mom testified that you drank real water at practices. Did you notice a difference at those practices with your performance and how you felt health-wise compared to practices when drinking regular tap water?"
John, just for the record, I think it's juror number 11, not juror number 7. Just
I'm
for-
sorry, 11, thank you, Mr. Parker. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Answer.
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't really remember like a difference in the way I played, and I would just take whatever
Okay, we have another question. Did your brother ever drink real water?
Yes, my entire family drank real water.
If he did, then did he ever get any similar illnesses?
I'm not sure. My brother didn't drink, according to my mom, my brother didn't drink it as much as me and her did. But my mom did get some symptoms of real water.
And final question, are you hesitant to drink bottled water today?
Not entirely. I mean, obviously, like, just thinking about, like, real water is, I mean, it was a traumatizing experience, especially for how young I was. But drinking water it doesn't really, just bottled water, it doesn't really bother me.
All right, any follow-up from council?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. And anyway, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And let's go ahead and take an hour 15. Matt?
All rise for the jury.
Pardon?
You said like,
Hour and 15. We'll start about 1:20, something like that. And it always takes a few minutes later to get started. Everyone enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
you may be seated.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's go ahead and set forth our appearances. We'll start first with the plaintiff, then we'll move to the defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Eric Pepperman, Will Kemp, Eddie Parker, Brianna Switzler, and Jessica Cochran for plaintiffs.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Hugh, Matthew Kaufman, and Eric Freeman on behalf of the Rural Water defendants.
All right. I guess before we bring the jury in, I guess we had one issue. Was it Mr. Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you get a chance to talk to the?
Yes, Your Honor, we heard.
Okay.
We did. And that's fine, because you'd be dark on Wednesday.
Just want to let you know. It is what it is, right?
Life happens, as the court said.
Yes, it does. It comes at you many different ways.
I apologize.
Oh, that's fine.
A minor housekeeping issue. We have stipulations on new exhibits 476 and 465. We handed the clerk paper copies to replace the electronic exhibit numbers and would ask to admit those.
All right. Shall be admitted. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Actually, there is, sorry, one just exhibit matter. I've discussed this with plaintiffs already too. Previously, as part of our exhibits filed with the court, exhibit 2679, something happened during the processing and the copy with the court is illegible. I have a replacement, an electronic replacement copy, and I can get a paper replacement copy to the court probably tomorrow, but I don't have it with me today. I'm sorry for it.
Since the electronic is already finalized, I'll take it in hard copy for you.
All right, I will get you a hard copy of that then. I just wanted to make the court aware that we were going to do that.
Thank you.
And that's fine, sir. No problem at all with that. Anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, I guess we can bring them in.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll show you pictures. Yeah, one of the dogs, he was in my that's the item history.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, did the party stipulate to the presence of the juror?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, and it's my understanding plaintiff is going to continue on with the case in chief. Is that correct, Mr. Kent?
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Brian Datnow.
Please remain standing where you were in the case of it. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Brian, that's B-R-I-A-N, last name D-A-T-N-O-W.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Camp, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Would you tell the jury where you went to medical school, Dr. Datnow?
I went to medical school in Johannesburg, South Africa, University of Witwatersrand. Graduated in 1970. I did a clinical internship, 6 months of internal medicine, 6 months of surgery, and I moved to Boston to specialize. I specialized in anatomic and clinical pathology at in Boston at the Brigham Hospital and Harvard Medical School. I was there for 4 years, and that was my training. So I'm board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly what board certification means?
I'm required to sit an exam over 3 days to show my knowledge in pathology. Part of it is written, part of it is oral, and at the end of that, I'm then board certified, and I've been recertified voluntarily, and so I've been certified doubly.
Can you tell the jury what anatomic pathology is?
Anatomic pathology is the study of tissues, so biopsies. Clinical pathology is the study of the fluids like blood, urine, and so on. But my specialty is anatomic pathology, which is mostly tissues.
And where did you work at in the 80s and 90s?
I was at University of San Diego, UC San Diego, University of California, San Diego, where I'm a clinical professor now, emeritus in the Department of Pathology. I headed the residency training program that's teaching young doctors to become pathologists. I was head of that program, and I received monthly teaching awards from my residents, as well as being recognized in my community in San Diego 4 times as in the best doctors of San Diego.
And in the 80s and 90s, what was your primary job responsibility?
Signing out surgical pathology cases. So surgical pathology is my specialty. So I see biopsy specimens from varying patients on varying different organs. I sign those out, and I interact with the doctors who are taking care of the patients directly. So it's not me just working in some office looking down the microscope. I go to clinical meetings with my colleagues, gastroenterologists, surgeons, and discuss cases with them at the same time.
Now, you use the term biopsy specimens. Is that the same thing as tissue slides?
Yes.
Okay. And how many?
Biopsy just means a small piece of the tissue, whereas there can be larger organs. For example, if someone has a to have a transplant, the old organ is taken out, so we see the whole organ. But mostly it's just biopsies.
Okay. And I know it would be a rough estimate, but how many tissue slides have you looked at in your career, do you think?
Thousands.
Okay. Now, have you reviewed various materials in this case?
I have.
Have you looked at tissue slides for a number of plaintiffs?
Yes, I have.
Shane, can I have my first slide? And are these the 6 plaintiffs who had, can you see that, Doctor? Doctor's right here on your left, Dr. Datna?
Yes, I've seen all of those.
Okay. I was going to say there's a monitor on your left that might be a little easier for you. Okay. So you've seen the tissue slides for Mr. Atah, Monica Branch-Noto, Taquante, Carla, Daisy, and Brandy. Is that correct?
I have.
Okay. And have you looked at Mr. O'Dew during the proceedings referenced 5 babies that were transported to Salt Lake City? Have you looked at tissue slides for any of those babies?
One of them, I believe.
Okay, and that would be the Morales baby?
That's correct.
Okay. And have you also looked at what's been referred to as the Loma Linda article or Dr. Berg's article?
Yes, I have.
And can you just generally tell the jury what that was about?
This was an amazing piece of detective work on behalf of the doctors who were at Loma Linda. Over a period of weeks and months, 4 young children came in, I think ages 2 to 4, and they came in liver failure. So when someone comes in with liver failure, you look for a cause. And so a common cause, for example, might be hepatitis. There's hepatitis A, B, and C. You look for autoimmune hepatitis. You look for genetic conditions like alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency. You look for, and Wilson's disease. So all those tests were run by these doctors. No evidence of hepatitis, no evidence of Wilson's disease or alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency or autoimmune hepatitis. So they carefully looked into the history of all these patients. And then what they found was there was a common denominator, that these children all had real water. And that was, I think, from my point of view, really brought this to the forefront.
Okay. And Doctor, that was the 5 children, including Morales, that went to Salt Lake, right?
Correct.
Okay, now let's talk about the 4 people in the Burke paper. Okay. So, Shane, can I have the title of the Burke paper? Is that the Burke paper that you reviewed, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
And why don't we flip, and does this paper have tissue or slides in it?
It does.
Okay, can I, okay, there we go. And one of those slides is Daisy Wee's slide?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, in order to prepare a slide like this, what do you have to do?
So the doctor, usually a gastroenterologist or a radiologist, will place a needle through the abdomen into the liver. We're talking about the liver now. And the needle is very fine. And the specimen that comes out is just a tiny little thread, much like a sewing needle. And it's just maybe an inch long. That is placed into formalin, which is a fixative. And from there, it is embedded in paraffin wax, so that it's firm. Then a technologist puts that little block of paraffin with the tissue in it and has a machine called a microtome. They slowly turn this, and they are able to cut sections that are as thin as a piece of paper. They're paper thin. They then put that onto a slide, and then that slide is stained with a tissue stain. So what you're seeing on the screen, you're seeing pink and blue in those particular cases. Those are the stains. Some of those are hematoxin and eosin stains, which are the blue stains. The one that's...
Doctor, let's not jump so far ahead. So the first thing they do is they stick the needle in the liver, right?
Right.
Shane, can I have my picture? Okay, so that's what's called a liver biopsy.
Right.
And 6 of the plaintiffs in this case and the Morales baby all had liver biopsies, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you've said a liver biopsy. I think you've described it. Shane, can I have my next one? No, the 6 steps of a liver biopsy, Shane? Yeah. So I think we did 1, 2, 3. So a liver biopsy can see things, permanent injuries, correct?
Right.
And we referenced bridging fibrosis there. Can you explain to the jury what bridging fibrosis is?
Okay. So the liver is made up of lobules, and each one microscopically has a liver unit. And in that unit, there's a central vein, and around the periphery of that unit are portal areas. And those portal areas, they're called portal triads. They contain blood vessels, an artery, a vein, and a bile duct. And then normally there is very little fibrous tissue around those portal areas. When there is increased fibrosis around the portal area, that is already pathological. That means it's disease. Bridging fibrosis is fibrosis that goes from one portal area to another portal area. So that's an advanced fibrosis.
Okay, let's see if we can find a picture here. So first of all, 6 plaintiffs had the liver biopsy, correct?
Correct.
And let's see who they are again. And why don't we take one of those and use her slide to illustrate. Shane, can I have Monica Branchinoto's slide, please? Can you get that a little bigger for the doctor? Okay, now, doctor, I think you referenced something called a hepatic unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may he approach the screen?
Yes, sir, you can step down.
Okay. Doctor. Okay, so let's start with the hepatic unit. Could you show the jury a hepatic unit?
Okay. So this is an abnormal liver. This is a central vein. This is a portal area. This is a portal area here, which is showing a dilated vein, and it's got bile ducts in here that are abnormal. These pink areas are the liver cells. Normally they're nice and uniform, much like this, but you can see these are very pale. This is called ballooning degeneration. That's step 1 in these cells dying. And when they die, these areas will be bridging necrosis. They die, the cells die. And when there's damage to a tissue, a scar develops. And that's what fibrosis is. Fibrosis is scar. So if anyone's had a surgery or had a cut, you develop a scar. That's fibrous tissue. And this, all this blue stuff on this stain is fibrous tissue, scar tissue. It means that there were cells here that died, and it's been replaced by scar tissue. So you can see, for example, this portal area is absolutely surrounded by fibrous tissue, plus the fibrous tissue is extending out to another portal area, and that's called bridging fibrosis. That means it's getting much more advanced.
Okay, doctor, let's explain the general process, and then we'll get back to this particular case, Branchinoto. So what do the ports do? What are they supposed to do?
Okay. So normally the portal tract, when it's normal, the liver cells are important in your body. You cannot live without your liver. You can live without your spleen, without your appendix. They can remove one kidney, but if you've got no liver, you cannot live. So the portal areas, the liver cells detoxify anything bad in your system. So the blood flow comes into the liver, and the liver cells work on all the toxins and break them down. It gathers as bile. In these portal areas are bile ducts, and these ducts empty into a bigger duct, which then empties into the gallbladder, and then the gallbladder empties into the bowel, and then you get rid of all those toxins. If these cells are not working, and they're not detoxifying, they're going to die. And then there's going to be fibrosis, it's going to strangle the portal areas, and the result is going to be a backup of the bile, and then they're going to get bile plugs, and they're also going to get jaundice. So their skin will be yellow, they'll have their whites of their eyes will turn yellow as well. So that's the blockage that occurs. And then, of course, when there is no detoxification of all the material, it's going to build up and be toxic to the patient. One of the things that builds up is ammonia, and when ammonia builds up, the patient can go into a coma. So that's essentially what the liver does.
Can you show the jury an hepatocyte on that picture?
Okay. This is a hepatocyte right there. Just one of them is an hepatocyte. So there are millions of these hepatocytes in the liver. And someone, for example, has an injury or has a tumor that has to remove part of the liver. You can remove up to about 80% of the liver and still have functional cells, provided there's no other underlying disease. But if your whole liver is involved, that's
Okay. And doctor, are there certain toxins that affect the functionality of the bile duct?
Yes. The most common would be alcohol. Alcohol can damage the liver cells, and other toxins, drugs, certain drugs, and in this particular case, hydrazine can do exactly that, can destroy the liver cells.
And how does hydrazine destroy the liver cells?
It starts off by the toxin first starts off with fatty change. The cell becomes sort of filled with globules of fat.
That's called steatosis.
That's called steatosis, and they also bulge. And that bulging also is abnormal. That's called ballooning degeneration. From there on, the cells can die, and usually do. And if it's caught very early, they can recover. So, for example, if a patient has hepatitis, that affects the liver cells, and if the patient gets over the hepatitis, those cells can recover. But if there's many types of hepatitis, like hepatitis C, once those affect the liver, it goes on to cirrhosis. But now there's a vaccine for hepatitis C. So
okay. Shane, can I have the honeycomb one, please? Yeah, doctor, can you explain to the jury what this depicts?
yeah. So here's the liver. This is the gallbladder. This is the bile duct. So as I mentioned to you, remember the cells secrete bile through the portal areas that have got the little bile ducts. Goes into a bigger bile duct and into the gallbladder, and then the gallbladder secretes it into the bowel, and there it goes. So this is a depiction of one liver unit. The unit is made up of all these orange areas are liver cells, hepatocytes. Surrounding them in each corner are portal areas. Remember I mentioned to you the portal areas that are called portal triads, and you'll see red is an artery, blue is a vein, and green is a bile duct. So when the liver cells detoxify something, it's got channels that lead out to the triad, and specifically go into the bile duct, and then into the gallbladder, and then out. And that's how you get rid of the body gets rid of the toxins. So this is normal structure. If you have abnormal, something that has damaged the liver cells, there'll be the fibrosis will start around this area, around the portal area, and then it can extend with little wisps of fibrous tissue, scar tissue, and then it might go from there to the next portal area, and that's called bridging. Just think of one side of the river to the other side, the bridge goes across, and once that happens, the liver disease is quite fairly advanced. So.
Okay, and doctor, why does the fibrosis start where the portal tract is?
It starts because the liver cells around that area are the most vulnerable, because the blood vessels are there, And so it starts around that area and then will extend depending on how much liver damage, how much damage to the liver cell.
Does it start at just one portal tract or multiple portal tracts?
It'll affect multiple. If it's a toxin, even alcohol, whatever the toxin is, it's going to affect the whole liver. So it's not going to just say just this area here, this one liver unit. It's going to affect all of them.
Okay, now doctor, you mentioned the term fibrosis. Can you explain one more time how fibrosis affects liver function?
So, yeah, back on, please. The honeycomb. Okay, so the function is these three, the triad: artery, vein, and bile duct. As the fibrosis increases in those areas, it chokes off that area. So it chokes off the blood supply. When you choke off the blood supply, tissue dies. Think of any blood supply that's cut off, the tissue that's supplied by that artery is going to die. And that's what happens in this area. So you cut off the blood supply, it's going to be fibrosis. You cut off the drainage, you strangle the bile duct. The bile is going to remain in the liver, and they're called bile plugs. And the patient will also get into the bloodstream, and that's when the patient gets jaundice.
Okay. Now, doctor, let's focus a little bit on scarring of the liver. Can I have my next one, Shane? Doctor, can you kind of go through this and explain the terminology, fibrosis, scarring, bridging fibrosis?
Yeah, sure.
I'll put them all up, Shane. Yep. Okay.
Okay, so fibrosis, I mentioned to you, is scarring. So any insult to the liver, if it goes on long enough, is going to cause death of cells. Once there's death of cells, it's replaced by a scar. So the insult, if it continues, will result in scarring. Bridging fibrosis, as I mentioned to you, is when it goes from one portal area to another, and that means the disease is very far advanced. So
that's a reference to the Morales baby.
yes, this was seen in a 22-month-old child. To see bridging fibrosis, to get that far in a 22-month-old child is very unusual.
Okay.
That means there's been a lot of insult to the liver.
Okay, and when bridging fibrosis progresses, what is the next stage after that?
The next step after that is cirrhosis. And you've probably heard of cirrhosis, alcoholic cirrhosis. And what cirrhosis is, the liver forms nodules. They try and regenerate, and they are totally surrounded by fibrous tissue. So where I was showing you blue fibrous tissue going from one portal area to another, this forms a complete nodule, and that is cirrhosis, and that's the end stage.
Okay, so a complete circle is called a cirrhotic nodule?
Correct.
Or cirrhosis?
Cirrhosis.
And is that permanent?
That is permanent.
Okay. And there's some reference there to a trichrome stain. You mentioned stains. Can you explain to the jury what a trichrome stain is?
I mentioned before that how we stain the fibrous tissue is with a stain. There will be two colors. There will be the pink color, which will be the color for the red liver cells, and the blue stain will stain fibrous tissue. So normally, if you stain a normal liver with a trichrome stain, you'll see maybe a few wisps of blue around each portal tract, but very little. And to get the fibrosis, not only surrounding the portal area, but going from one portal area to another, bridging, is one step away from cirrhosis.
Okay, and let's take a look at the slide, Shane, of Mr. Morales, or the Morales baby. And that's one of the 5 babies that Mr. O'Dew referenced going to Salt Lake. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, we can.
Okay, can I slide back up, Shane? So again, this is one of the 5 babies that went to Salt Lake, right, Doctor?
Yeah.
All right. So can you explain to the jury using the actual tissue slide from baby Morales, the 22-month-old, what cirrhotic nodules are?
So here in the portal area, you can see these little round areas are bile ducts. Normally there's one bile duct in the portal area. When there's damage to the, can you bring that up? That's it. When there's damage and fibrosis, the bile ducts are trying to grow more of them to deal with the toxins that are in there, and that's bile duct proliferation. So here you can see there's one there. This is a vein over here.
Is that the central vein?
No, that's not that's the vein in the portal area. When you go to yeah, that's what I want. Here's the central vein. So here's a liver nodule, a unit. There's a portal area, there's a portal area, there's a portal area, there's a portal area, another one there. Firstly, the degree of fibrosis here is catastrophic. It is massive. It's not just a few wisps of fibrous tissue or scar tissue around here. It is massive around the portal area. And then you've got the septa going out. And once they go from one portal area to another, and one portal area to another, and this portal area, we don't know where this one's going because the biopsy is cut off from down here. So I can't tell you what's below here. There's definitely going to be more portal areas. Here's another portal area where there's fibrosis coming down. Again, bridging fibrosis, and this to me looks like it's about to form a nodule if it hasn't already formed a nodule. Problem is, the biopsy is cut off because, as I mentioned to you, it's a tiny little thread. And so, if I had more tissue, I'd be able to say to you for 100% sure, this is cirrhosis. But I would have to stop and say, I suspect that this is cirrhosis, but I can't prove it because I don't see the complete circle.
Okay, but it's more likely than not cirrhosis.
I would say it's more likely than not. And when I discuss it with the hepatologist who did the biopsy, I would tell them, I am concerned that this is cirrhosis. I can't say for 100% sure, but based on what I'm seeing, I am highly suspicious that this is cirrhosis.
Okay, now if this was a normal 22-month-old baby, would we see all this blue on there?
You would see virtually no blue at all.
So blue is bad.
Blue is bad.
Okay. And have you compared this slide with the slides of some of the other plaintiffs in this case?
I have done that.
Okay. Can we start out with, Shane, we're jumping up a little bit here. Let's go to Adir Atta slide 794-2. Okay, and this is one of the plaintiffs in the case, right? Right, doctor? Okay, what do you see when you look at this slide?
So here's a portal area. You can see it's already got some bile ducts that are proliferating. This is a dilated vein. There are a few things I want to show you besides the fibrosis. I'll get to the fibrosis. These are the liver cells. The pink are the liver cells. The darker areas are the nuclei of the liver cells. If you look at these are deep pink in color. But look at these. They're pale. This is starting ballooning degeneration, and they're starting to die. These liver cells are starting to die. When they die, they're going to be replaced by scar tissue. So here you can see the scar tissue. There's a portal area, there's a portal area, and you can see there's definite bridging across here. What I'm concerned about in this particular case is, see these dying cells, this is going to be replaced by scar tissue as well. These are also starting to look on the pale side.
What's that blue on the top left there?
This is an edge of blue, and I can't tell you what's there because when the blade is cutting, there can be a tear in the tissue and I might not see the complete thing. So I can't say to you what is going on there. It may be part of bridging fibrosis, but it shouldn't be there.
And do you see what's called periportal fibrosis in there?
Well, this is all portal fibrosis around here.
Okay.
And around here.
And is this what you would expect? I think he was 31 years old at the time this slide was prepared. Is this what you would expect from a 31-year-old man with a normal liver?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Doctor. Okay. Doctor, you've seen the tissue slides for normal men in their 20s and 30s, correct?
I have many times.
Hundreds?
Maybe 1,000.
Okay. How does this compare? What does a normal slide look like?
A normal slide will have minimal scarring, minimal bleed, if any. It won't have the bridging, and these cells over here would not be showing ballooning degeneration. So this is clearly abnormal. Anyone who's got a normal liver will not have bile duct proliferation, will not have a lot of scar tissue around the portal tract, and will not have bridging fibrosis.
Okay. And is there a scale that you rate fibrosis, bridging fibrosis, cirrhosis?
It's called the Bratt-Ludwig classification. There are 4 numbers. 0 would be normal. So there's number 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 1 would be a little bit of fibrous tissue around the portal area. Number 2 would be fibrous tissue starting to expand around the portal area, and then little wisps coming out into the lobule, into the unit, and that would be a 2 out of 4. 3 out of 4 would be bridging. Bridging is the 1 step below cirrhosis, which is 4. So remember, 0 is normal. 1, just around the portal area. 2 is portal area plus a wisp out, maybe 1 or 2 wisps out. 3 would be bridging from one portal area to another. And 4 would be cirrhosis.
And how would you rate this one?
At least a 2. I'd have to look at more of the slide, but it's possible that we're definitely seeing bridging. It's not, sorry, it's at least a 2 to 3. We're not seeing wisps going out, which would be 2. Remember, 1 around the portal area, 2 a wisp coming out, 3 is bridging. This one is bridging. This would be a 3.
Okay. And that's your opinion to a reasonable degree of pathological probability?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's have the next slide. Carla Moreno, please. Okay, and this is Carla Moreno's slide, doctor. So can you tell the jury what you see in this slide?
Okay. Just go a little lower power.
Lower.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay. So here we have a lot of fatty change. These cells are on the way to getting ballooning degeneration and on the way to dying.
And that's called steatosis again.
That's steatosis.
And steatosis is associated with hydrazine toxicity?
It is consistent with hydrazine toxicity.
Go ahead.
So here we have portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area here. The fibrosis around the portal area is massive. The bile duct proliferation is massive, and you can see these strands of scar tissue or fibrosis are not just wisps going out. These are broad bands, and they are definitely bridging, and that bridging fibrosis is at least a 3 in the scale of 3 to 4. So this is quite severe disease, 3 out of 4.
So you'd rate this a 3?
3.
To a reasonable degree of pathological probability.
Correct.
Okay, let's have the next one, Shane. And this is Brandy Wren.
Okay, this is another one. Can we get a little smaller than this and maybe flip it on the side? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So here we have portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area. Tremendous amount of fibrosis in the portal area, prominent bile duct proliferation. Clearly, we're seeing bridging between portal areas. Here's a portal area, another portal area. Fibrosis is going to that portal area as well. Here's all that steatosis, the fatty change, the pale pink cells that are showing ballooning degeneration. So this liver is a great insult to this liver.
Okay, how many portal areas show bridging fibrosis in this slide?
Every one that I'm looking at, and that's on the slide.
And how many is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6.
Okay. And how would you grade this bridging fibrosis?
3 out of 4.
Okay. Is there any indication here that there's a cirrhotic nodule?
Can you just go to nothing definite, but it's definitely a 3.
Okay. All right. Now let's take a look at the next one, Monica Branch Noto. Okay, doctor, what do you see in this slide?
Okay. This one, you can see there's so much blue here. There's so much scar tissue here. It's all over the portal areas. It's clearly bridging. Here's another portal area, another portal area. The bridging is going on. And take a look at this. This is probably a cirrhotic nodule. Now, why do I say probably? Can we just go to the lower power because I want to just show this little edge. Yeah. Remember I told you that the blade cuts this fragile piece of tissue and the blade can sort of tear a little bit. And so you'll see this blue strip over here. I believe that that belongs over there. And that would be clearly a complete nodule. This is probably a cirrhotic nodule. But again, what I mentioned before, if I'm not 100% sure, I will talk to the clinician, to the hepatologist and say, this is at least a 3. I am suspicious, highly suspicious, that this is a 4, a cirrhosis.
And more likely than not, it's a 4.
More likely than not. But again, I would back off and let the...
Not 100%, but more likely than not.
More likely than not, yeah.
Okay. Now, you've already said that the scarring is permanent, correct?
Correct.
Why can't the doctors just go in there and remove these scars, or can they?
You'd have to remove the whole liver.
So there's no way to remove them?
No.
Okay. Is there any way to, squirt anything on them and make them smaller or anything?
No.
So it's permanent?
No bleach or anything like that.
Okay. Have you compared Monica Branch Noto's slide with Severin? Yes, Shane, can I have the comparison up?
Yeah.
And again, Severin Morales is the 22-year-old that was flown, 22-month-old that was flown to Salt Lake with the other 4 babies, okay?
Yeah.
And what does the comparison tell you?
They are almost identical. This is at least a 3 and most likely a 4.
Okay. And when you say they're identical, what features do you rely upon for that?
The bridging is massive. And there's that tear I was telling you about that would probably complete the 100% around the nodule. This is about 90% fibrosis around the nodule. Here's another one that's probably falling, but again, I don't know what's below that. And if you look at this, same thing, tremendous bridging, starting to form a nodule, and maybe there's already a nodule. So this is, they're very, very similar.
And again, a cirrhotic nodule. Shane, can I have that? So that's a complete circle, a cirrhotic. Okay. And why is it blue on the trichrome stain?
The trichrome stain stains scar tissue blue.
Okay.
The trichrome has blue for the scar tissue and pink for the liver cells, pink red for the liver cells.
And do cirrhotic nodules go away over time?
Cirrhotic, once they're there forever.
Is that a good thing?
No.
Let's have Daisy Wee. Daisy Wee's another plaintiff in this case, right, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see on Daisy's slide? And first of all, this is the October 3rd slide.
This is, yeah,
There-
October 3rd.
We have two slides for Daisy, about a month apart.
Correct.
Okay, what do you see on the October 3rd, 2020 slide?
Here you can see the fibrosis is extremely extensive. Portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area. You can see the excess fibrosis in the portal area, and the bridging is absolutely extensive. And this is another one where I'm not seeing 100% surrounding the nodule, but I'm highly suspicious that this is a 4, but it's at least a 3.
Okay, and when you say highly suspicious, it's more likely than not,
Correct.
but not 100%.
Not 100%.
All right. And have you also looked at the November 4th slide from Daisy? Shane, can I have that up?
Okay.
What do you see here?
I'm seeing similar changes. Again, portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area, portal area. Just take a look at this. To me, this looks like it's a nodule. But again, I'm not 100% sure that this is a cirrhotic nodule, but I'm very suspicious. The other thing I want to point out is, look at how pale these liver cells are. This is showing they are under stress. This is a central vein that normally isn't this prominent, but there's so much strangulation by the scar tissue that it's causing the veins to dilate. So this is pretty much similar to the previous one, and I suspect that it's a 4, but again, I'm not 100% sure.
So you're 100% sure it's a 3 out of 4?
Yes.
And more likely than not a 4, but you're not 100% sure?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Can we compare Daisy with the Morales baby, please, Shane? Daisy, the November, please. Is that Daisy compared with Daisy, Shane? That's fine. Is that Morales is on the left?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Doctor, can you show what's similar and what's not in those two?
This patient has extensive bridging fibrosis, as I explained on the last slide. It's the same slide, just repeated to compare. And this looks to me like it's a nodule, but it's absolutely clear that this is at least a 3.
Okay, and that's Daisy Wee, correct?
That's Daisy. And this is Morales. Again, we've got a nodule. I can't see the end of this, but this is clearly a 3. And again, I'm suspicious that it might be a cirrhosis.
Okay, so go ahead, Doctor. You can take the chair. Let's try to sum up here. So the key points, I think, are Moreno, Wren, Branchinoda, and Wee. They all have bridging fibrosis, correct?
Correct.
And ETOT too, I think, correct? Well, whatever you said, okay. And bridging fibrosis is permanent?
I'm not 100% sure about bridging fibrosis being permanent.
Okay.
It is very advanced.
Okay. When it's advanced, it's permanent.
It's 3 out of 4. I know for sure that 4 is not reversible, and I would have to bow to the expertise of a hepatologist who sees these cases about prognosis.
Okay, that's a hepatologist question as opposed to a pathologist question.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so wrench nodo and we, 3 and 4, and more likely than not, it's a cirrhotic nodule, correct?
Correct.
And cirrhotic nodules are permanent.
Correct.
Okay. And the injuries are consistent with hydrazine toxicity?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. How you doing, Dr. Datno?
I'm fine. How are you?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how you doing this afternoon? So why don't we start, I'm going to kind of start with some stuff I think you and I can kind of agree on. You produced a report and a rebuttal report in this case, correct?
Correct.
You produced a report in this case?
Yes.
And you produced a rebuttal report, correct?
Yes.
And those reports contained your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were deposed in this case, I believe it was on August 20th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Generally remember your
Right.
deposition?
Yes.
Okay. So a couple of things. One, when you review a patient's biopsy, do you review their entire clinical course?
I review those issues in the clinical history that are things that I can interpret myself. So, for example, liver function tests, hepatitis testing, copper testing for Wilson's disease, alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency disease. So I'll look at those things, and that will be part of my evaluation.
Okay. And the reason you're looking at, if I'm correct, so for example, you're looking at to eliminate stuff like hepatitis A, B, and C, alcoholic cirrhosis, acetaminophen toxicity, stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. After the biopsy is done, did you review any of the plaintiff's like entire medical charts in this
No,
case?
only those issues that I'm able to use my expertise on.
Okay. Biopsies in general. Is it fair to say a biopsy is like a snapshot of a person's liver at a certain time and place?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you also talked about the 4 levels of fibrosis going from 0 to 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, one of the things that, let me ask you this. You would agree with me that there's a certain amount of subjectivity to liver pathology. Would you agree?
Is to some extent, but if you go by the criteria in the description, the Bat-Ludwig description, they are pretty specific.
Okay.
But I will agree that what someone might call a wisp of fibrosis, someone might call more severe fibrosis.
So it'd be fair to say one pathologist could grade something as 2 and another one could grade something as a 3, right?
Yes, it's possible. But
Okay.
I would like to see what they're calling a 2 and what they're calling a 3.
You talked about steatosis and ballooning degeneration earlier during your testimony.
Steatosis and ballooning degeneration.
I'm horrible with medical words. Thank you, doctor. Are either of those signatures of hydrazine toxicity?
They can be due to other things besides.
So it's fair to say those are general liver problems that are seen with multiple assaults.
The liver can be insulted by various things.
Okay.
And what results is steatosis and the pale cell ballooning degeneration and on.
Okay. It's my understanding you have no opinions today about any of the plaintiff's current medical condition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have no opinions about any plaintiff's future care recommendations?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to touch
on a couple of things. You said today you believe Mr. Ida has stage 2 fibrosis, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any opinion as to whether stage 2 fibrosis is reversible?
I believe it is, but I'm not the expert, so I would defer to a hepatologist.
Okay.
Hepatologist is a specialist who specializes in liver disease.
Now, the reason I bring that up is, do you remember being asked about Mr. Ida's deposition, or Mr. Ida's biopsy during your deposition?
I don't recall the details.
Okay. Tori, could we actually get, do we have Dr. Denton's deposition?
Yes.
Could I get it, please?
Yes.
I'll come back to that in a minute, because
Okay.
I don't want to take up too much while she's working on that. Sorry, my notes are all over the place. I have half my exam in one spot and my notes from your testimony in another. In terms of reversing fibrosis, sorry, strike it, I'm not going to get into that with you. No. In terms of Daisy Way, you reviewed both the October 3rd and November 4th biopsy, correct?
Correct.
Did you review the biopsy reports too?
I did at the time, but I can't recall what they showed.
Okay. Sure. Can you actually, well, we're going to put up 2679 in the session. No. Okay. Troy, can you put up exhibit 2679, please? The one that's into this morning for Ms. White. Your Honor, may I approach the witness real fast? I just want to check
And
something.
you got a request to publish?
I
Yes.
didn't hear the request.
Pardon?
We didn't hear the request.
That's what I was waiting for.
I asked if Will had any objections, and he said no.
He's on that deposition.
Oh, I'm not to the deposition. I'm getting back to that.
Okay.
I'm focusing on, I was giving Tori some time. I just want to make sure we have the right deposition. That's all.
What exhibit is this?
2679. Yeah, can you go to page 3? We'll start on page 3 of this exhibit. I just want to orient you. Can you see that, or do you need that blown up, doctor?
I see it.
Okay. I just want to orient you. This is for the November 4th biopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you go down to the 4th page? The last, in that big text, there's that last paragraph, and it says, sorry, I need to stop up. Note, the degree of fibrosis in question is somewhat less than the prior biopsy and appears somewhat pale and present in the inflamed areas. Did I read that correctly, doctor?
I read that.
Okay. And that is the pathologist who originally read Ms.
Yes.
Wade's. And do you see any improvement in Ms. Wade's biopsies?
I see the same thing. To me, if I interchange them, I don't think that anyone would be able to say which one came first.
Okay, that's fine. We can take that down, Chuck. And then, as far as, let's go to your deposition. I want to direct you to page 33 and 34 of your deposition, if you could read that to yourself first.
Is this mine on the top?
I believe so. I believe it's your exhibits, and then it would be your deposition in your exhibits. I haven't.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Sorry, page 34 and 35 is what I'm looking at, doctor.
I've got those pages. This doesn't look like my opinion. Because I showed it on the slide today, and this is, must be taken out of, the name ITAR is incorrect because I've seen ITAR slide and it's not an autoimmune hepatitis. This is saying.
Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not talking about autoimmune hepatitis. That's not where I'm going with this. Just to kind of, can I reorient the jury and kind of ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I drew your attention to page 34 and 35 is they discuss your opinions regarding fibrosis in Mr. Ida's biopsy. Is that correct?
It is, and I might have, when you told me the name of the patient, I may have mistaken it, but I've seen Mr. Itar's and there is fibrosis there.
Okay, but just for the record, and I'm not trying to argue with you, doctor. I'm just trying to get a clear record here.
Yeah.
For the record, in your deposition, you said you did not find any fibrosis in Mr. Ida's biopsy. Is that correct?
And I'm very surprised that I saw this because if I must have missed this when I reviewed the deposition notes, because this is incorrect.
So, did your report say anything about fibrosis in Mr. Ida's
I
biopsy?
don't recall now. I haven't seen. I can't see my report.
Okay. When's the last time you reviewed your report?
A week or two ago.
Right. So can you tell us when your opinion about Mr. Ida changed?
My original report is what I stand by.
All right, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the jury? Doesn't appear to be. You're released, Doctor. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I guess we're gonna call our next witness. Is that correct?
Your Honor, plaintiff's next witness will be Cherie Rasmussen.
Remain standing, raise your right hand and face the camera.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you spell your name for the record?
CHERIRASMUSSEN.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cherie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Cherie Rasmussen, and I'm the mom of 3 boys, 2 of which are on the autism spectrum.
Where are you from originally?
Originally from the Chicago area.
Did you grow up in Chicago?
Grew up in Chicago and then moved to Hawaii for about 1 year and then I moved from Chicago to Las Vegas first. And then I went to Hawaii for a year and then came back.
When did you move to Las Vegas?
1979 in February.
What brought you here?
My parents. I was 17.
Are you currently married?
I'm not.
And you told us about your 3 boys. What are their names?
Matthew, Seth, and Ryan.
How old are they?
Matthew is 38, Seth is 35, Ryan is 30.
Do they all 3 live in Las Vegas?
They do.
Which 2 are on the autism spectrum?
My son Seth, who's 35, is on the spectrum, and Ryan, who is 30, is on the spectrum.
Where did you graduate high school?
I graduated high school in Skokie, Illinois.
Before you moved to Las Vegas?
Yes, I graduated early. I was in advanced courses.
And what did you do after high school?
After high school, we moved to Las Vegas. I did a number of different things. I'm trying to think of them in order. Went to work fairly soon thereafter. Became a state certified interpreter for the deaf. Was already a professional figure skater and coach, professional dancer, amateur gymnast, competitive track and field hockey. So I continued with my sports career when I came out here, and started building my careers from there.
When you say you were a professional figure skater, can you tell the jury a little bit about what that entails? What did you do in that job?
A lot. Lots of traveling. Was with Ice Capades Over America. I performed here in Las Vegas at Hacienda's Fire and Ice. Trying to think what else. Gosh, there's so much I can't even keep track of all. Lots and lots of competitions, professional competitions, amateur competitions. I became a choreographer, so I did a lot of coaching in choreography. I did create a television special for Channel 8. I produced it, created it, and put the whole thing together and did that. I don't even remember it all. It's been a lot.
Sounds like an exciting career.
And then I guess it also followed with my dance career. I was scouted by this Belito de Paris. The producer of Belito came for me and wanted me to dance in the show, but I was way too short. So then they created a pony line, which started at Bally's, and I was still a little too short, so I didn't get to do that. But I did do a number of other dance competitions, and pop dance and gymnastics.
Did you pursue any post-high school education?
I did. I became an internationally certified parent coach, and I'm a top 10 licensed, highly qualified educator in the state of Nevada, graduated from Nevada State University. I'm a behavioral specialist, autism specialist, ADHD specialist, consultant, so forth.
What drove your passion for working with children with special needs?
So, so I have a sister who passed away, and she had special needs. She was on the autism spectrum, and when we went to school together, she was teased so terribly. And I don't know exactly what happened in particular, but I was always her advocate. I was always her best friend. We were very close. We were only 16 months apart. And from there, I became best friends with a deaf girl, started working with kids with Down syndrome. In fact, kind of rewinding a little, when I came out here, my best friend and I developed a musical speech therapy program for the Down syndrome organization, and we taught that for a few years together. So that's really, I think I've always had a passion. And then of course my two sons, you know, when my 35-year-old was little, he was misdiagnosed. And I went to work on his behalf and researched like crazy. I have a paper published in the American Medical Journals on one of the modalities for ADHD and so forth. So really my kids and my sister.
Well, it is, I'm sure, a very rewarding type of work.
You know, it's, I still help families with special needs kids today, and I reach out to different schools. I love John F. Miller and Helen J. Stewart. Those are specifically schools for the much more complex disabled kids, so young.
And in what year did you hang up your skates or retire from figure skating?
That was around the year 2000. My mom got sick, we were at the hospital, and I quit right there and then.
What did you do for work after that?
Well, I took 17 months off to take my mom to UCLA, and my stepdad and I tried to help save my mom's life. And then after that, I continued on with my education and had children, so I was, spending a lot of time raising my children. My children are the most important thing in the world to me. And just continued building education, helping. I have a hobby that I do in the community, so I continued with that, and
Did you work as a teacher for the
I
Clark
did.
County School District?
Yeah. So before I became a teacher with the Clark County School District, I started working with them like in the early 80s, I believe it was. And I became a special education teaching assistant. And oftentimes I was allowed to just teach in the classroom and run the activities, and I just loved it. And so I went on and I got a general education teaching degree, which covers kindergarten through middle school. And then I added to credentials like literacy specialist, gifted education, special education, etc.
When did you retire from teaching?
I retired from teaching September 12, 2012.
It's a very specific date. Can you tell the jury why you're able to recall such a specific date?
September 12, 2012, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I dropped dead. Met up with God in person dead in the middle of Lakeshore Learning while I was trying to get things for my classroom for the next day.
You had a heart attack.
I had a widowmaker heart attack, which I later learned was caused by a condition called fibromuscular hyperplasia of the coronary, which I understand is quite rare. What I've been told is I'm one of 20 people in the world, one of 3 who's still alive, inoperable, incurable, non-preventable. It's a structural condition of fibrosis tissue that either wraps itself around the artery or fills in the artery, and that's what happened to me.
And we're very grateful you're still here with us.
Thank you.
Tell the jury a little bit about your personal life. What kind of things do you like to do in your spare time?
Well, I love to cook. I'm a real foodie. So I love to take recipes that tout themselves as being heart healthy, and I like to really make them heart healthy. So as part of my skating career, I had a company called Heavenly Bounty to Do Without Dieting, and it really loaned itself to nutrition for the athlete and healthy lifestyle sort of thing. So I love to cook and create recipes. I love to hang out with my very best friends and hang out with my kids and my dog. And then I like to volunteer. Well, I don't get to volunteer in the community as much as I'd like, but one of my hobbies is, since I didn't die from the event we're here to discuss today, I really kind of shifted, and it also was a legacy that both my sisters and my mom left behind. And so every day I go out on purpose and I look for ways to do random acts of kindness or help a neighbor who might be shut in or not feeling well, or whatever. I just try to look for one person a day at least, at minimum, that I can do something kind for, because I enjoy that. That's what I like to do.
That's wonderful to hear. Let's talk about real water. When did you start drinking real water?
2016.
What attracted you to the product?
Well, I've always been health conscious, okay? That's always been my thing. So when I was training with a trainer who is a professional triathlete, and she was drinking the water. And she was telling me about how healthy the water is and how great it is at first, and she's like, you ought to try this. So at the time I was getting Sparkletts delivery to the, the big bottles they deliver to your house, and I drink a minimum of a gallon of water a day. So whether that be from my thing, or I'm always buying bottles of water from the store on my routes. I run out quickly. So I thought, I'll try it, why not? And I saw it on the shelf in the grocery store, and I picked a couple of them up, and I thought, yeah, it's not bad, it's okay. So I just kind of continued drinking it randomly, along with the Sparkletts water at that time. And then I eventually had switched out from the Sparkletts to the real water where they deliver it to your house, where you get the big 5-gallon jug ones.
So you purchase both retail bottles and 5-gallon jugs?
A ton of retail bottles. Because I have 5 40-ounce Hydro flasks. I drink bare naked minimum 4 a day, sometimes 5 and sometimes more. And especially when I'm out, I run out all the time, so I have to get water.
After drinking real water, did you start to experience health problems?
I did, but I didn't know it was because of the water at the time. I became progressively sicker and sicker and sicker as I think it's as I drink more of that water exclusively, because remember at first I was just commingling the water with the Sparkletts.
What sort of health problems did you start to experience?
At first I became very lightheaded and dizzy and disoriented, and like it was really scary. I thought I was just gonna collapse and die again. Like I didn't know what was going on. My head was just like, I couldn't focus, I was a little disoriented. It was just really bad. I don't know.
Shane, can we please put up Exhibit 338, page 2? Cherie, this is a page of your medical record from a hospital admission at Sunrise, January 25th, 2020 and January 26th, 2020. This medical record discusses dizziness, not eating well, abdominal pain, and discomfort. Do you recall how you were feeling at this hospital admission?
I do. I was becoming, at first I thought I was just kind of like queasy, but then it went into this like nausea to the point where you don't want to put anything in your mouth. Like you're worried, you don't even want to move. You want to sit and you barely want to breathe, because if you move you're going to go to the restroom and not, throw up. So I just noticed that I just kept getting more and more and more nauseous, and as time went on, the nausea got so much more intense, and like pain, just really bad pain in my stomach. And I just couldn't drink.
Do you recall how you got to Sunrise Hospital?
I think that might have been one of the times I was taken by ambulance. I was taken by ambulance more than one time.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the ambulance ride and that experience?
I don't remember a lot. What I remember is that I was really out of it. Like, I don't know how to put it, like you can't think straight out of it, And I was sort of like, I was very scared, because I didn't know what was going on. I'd never been sick like that before. Sure, I've had a stomach flu before, but it wasn't that kind of sick. And it never, even when I had the stomach flu, it never affected my head like that way. So I was really frightened.
And when you have an experience like surviving the widowmaker heart attack, how does that affect you when you get sick in instances like this?
So The condition fibromuscular hyperplasia of the coronary is exacerbated by stress. It could be a physiological stress on the body, emotional stress, any kind of duress exacerbates the fibromuscular tissue. And typically, I'm not that person. I get plenty of exercise and rest and whatever, and I lead basically a really happy life. But every time I got sicker and sicker, and I kept vomiting, and I was dehydrated, and it created this, what I would, I'm not a cardiologist, but what I would consider like an arrhythmia, like a weird heartbeat. Sometimes my heart would just be like going faster, like it felt like a butterfly in your throat kind of thing. And then sometimes it was just a thump, thump, thump. So sometimes I was afraid I was having another heart attack. And I did have a second cardiac event in 2014 in the summer. So it really, really scared me that I was going to die again.
Did you get any answers to what was causing your symptoms in January 2020?
Nothing. They couldn't figure anything out. They sent me to a GI doctor, Dr. Tabaldi, and for the next several months, almost a year completely, I was scoped 8 times. 8 times. Because I not only was vomiting, but I was vomiting blood. Which terrified me. When I saw blood in the toilet and I collapsed on the bathroom floor one day, and that was one of the times the ambulance came to get me, I just thought I was dying. And I was so scared I was going to wake my kids who need me. And I just didn't know what was happening. And then when I went to the hospital,
Take your time.
it was so traumatizing to not know what was going on. And going to a doctor after another and being sent to UCLA and thinking that thinking I had stomach cancer, and I didn't, and nobody could tell me why I was so sick, and I was losing weight all the time, and it was a nightmare, especially thinking about not being here for my kids. Sorry.
Are you okay to continue?
Yeah.
Shane, could you please pull up Exhibit 338, page 4? Shri, this is a commission note from Henderson Hospital dated June 5th through June 6th, 2020. And here the note says that she reports having chronic nausea and intermittent vomiting for several months. Tonight she had an episode of vomiting fresh blood, which caused her to be anxious. Did your vomiting and continue through June 2020?
Oh yeah, it just was like, there was a point of no return, what I call a point of no return, and let me explain what I mean. So like up until that June, actually up until that May, because it happened on Mother's Day, I'm never gonna forget this. So up until that Mother's Day, I had been vomiting off and on the nausea and the pain continued, but the vomiting wasn't every day or several times a day, and I wasn't vomiting up blood at that point. On Mother's Day, my son went and got dinner and brought it home so we could celebrate. And I was married at the time, and so we were all sitting together and celebrating. And I ate a little bit of the food, and that was the point of no return. And what I mean is, like, it just started just constantly vomiting. Like, I could not eat, I couldn't drink. I tried to drink, my cardiologist told me to drink Pedialyte instead of Gatorade to try to, call that balancing your electrolytes out, because I was losing, like your sodium and potassium, which could make your heart act weird. So she wanted to make sure I was getting enough of that stuff, and so I would try to sip on Pedialyte, but it would just come right back out, you know, like I might be able to, and at the time I was still drinking the real water because I didn't know that that was creating a problem for me, or might be creating a problem for me, I didn't even know. And I just kept throwing up. I probably threw up at least 3 times a day, sometimes 4. Sometimes 1 or 2, like, I don't know, it just wouldn't stop.
You said earlier that you were referred to specialists at UCLA.
Yeah.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 338, page 9? So after your nausea and vomiting continues and to the point where you're throwing up blood, you were referred to UCLA, correct?
Yes.
And this note is dated July 6, 2020. Does that sound about the time that you first went to UCLA?
Mm-hmm.
And this note references a history of intractable nausea and vomiting of unclear etiology, right? No doctors were able to tell you what was causing this frequent and violent nausea and vomiting, including with blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
At the end of this note, well, in the middle, it discusses you being unable to keep any food down and losing 5 to 6 pounds. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I was losing on average like 5 to 6 pounds a week at that point.
Were you able to eat normally?
No, except for when I went to UCLA, which I'm not sure why this is. I don't really understand why, but when I went to UCLA, my then husband and I went, he took me, and we were there for 5 to 7 days, and I wasn't nauseous. And I remember sitting in the sand between doctor's appointments, because I also saw another specialist there they sent me to. And I remember just sitting in the sand high up away from the ocean, but on the ocean, on the sand, and thinking, oh, wait a minute, wow, I'm not nauseous, what happened? And like I was trying to orient myself to not feeling sick at that moment. And when we were at UCLA, I was able to eat soup. I was able to eat soup from the California Pizza Kitchen. It was like a pea soup that they make. It was a healthier soup. And I was able to eat soup and some crackers and some bread. And I did not throw up. And so for those few days that we were there, and I was able to drink, I drank a lot of water, but I didn't have my regular real water with me, because I didn't, you know, it was in the big thing and I didn't pack water. I just drank whatever water was there. And I remember drinking Pedialyte. I remember taking Pedialyte with me, so I was able to drink the Pedialyte, and that made me feel somewhat better too. I drank some of that over the next few days, and I remember even being able to drink diluted, very diluted, little bit of orange juice in a big cup of water, just for flavor. I was able to drink that.
Were you drinking real water while you were in UCLA?
No, I didn't have any with me.
At the end of this note, it says, she requests guidance on a possible etiology for her symptoms and how it would be possible to return to her prior healthy eating. Do you recall discussing that with your doctor?
I do, because I like vegetables. I eat a lot of vegetables, and I like the taste of real food. I don't eat a lot of processed food at all. I don't eat fast food. And when I was in the hospital each time when they put me there, they kept giving me things like pudding and Jell-O, and it's all sugar, and I don't eat sugar. So that was hard. I didn't want to eat that stuff. And I wanted to try to get back to eating, like, I like salad with just a certain kind of vinegar on it or whatever. And so I wanted to get back to eating my vegetables and my whole real foods that my body is used to. And I just could not.
During this whole time, were you able to eat how you used to eat prior to this?
It took a long time, a very, very long time. And even now, it's different than it was before. Like even now, my stomach's weird. Like I cannot eat certain healthy foods that I used to eat before. Some of the raw foods that I would eat before are slightly steamed. Some of those vegetables I cannot eat any longer. Some of the other foods that I would make, like some fish that I would, broil or on the barbecue grill, you make it, like I can't eat some of that anymore. The way I manage to get a lot of my vegetables now is I have to put them in a blender. I make a smoothie and I have to get everything really blended and puree, but I cannot.
After going to UCLA, did you get any answers?
No, he
Did
didn't
you
know
con-
what was wrong.
Did you continue to drink real water?
I did.
Did you continue to feel sick?
It got worse, actually.
Can you tell the jury what happened next?
It just kept getting worse and worse. I just kept throwing up more and more. I think that might have been when it started going more to like throwing up 3 or 4 times a day, something like that. But there was no let up. It just would not let up. I don't know what else to say. And then, just sometimes just laying on the floor, just totally lethargic, couldn't move. I was sleeping a lot in between throwing up.
Were you still vomiting blood?
Yes, yeah, there was still blood coming up.
Did you go back to the emergency room at Henderson Hospital?
I did.
Shane, can you please put up Exhibit 338, page 5?
I think that's when the ambulance took me again.
This is a medical note from the emergency department, admitted August 31st, 2020, discharged September 1st, 2020. Do you recall this hospitalization?
Let's see. Yes.
Did you go to the hospital because you were still experiencing the same symptoms?
Well, they were the same, except they seemed more severe. Like the nausea was so intense. I have a chair, like, that you sit in the living room, and it's kind of like a lazy boy, but you can put the legs up with a button. And I would just be able to get it at a certain level, and if I didn't move, I could sleep that way. But if I even just tried to get up to go to the bathroom, it was all over. Like I was just, it was terrible.
Shane, can you put up Exhibit 338, page 6? Sheree, this is another note from Henderson Hospital Emergency Department dated November 11th through November 12th, 2020. Did your symptoms continue through this date?
Yes.
Did they continue to get worse?
Yeah, it was on a continuum from Mother's Day all the way through until whenever it stopped. It just kept getting worse and worse, and the pain was excruciating sometimes, just excruciating.
Are you continuing to drink real water during this entire time?
During that time, yes, because I didn't know anything. And I didn't realize it, and I guess it's like hindsight now, but it might have got, I don't know how to say this, but like, you know, during some of that time when I transitioned to the bottles of water being delivered, I was drinking more and more. And it was just, I don't know, it was just so bad.
Shane, can you please put up Exhibit 338, page 7? Sheree, did you go back to the hospital at Valley Hospital on November 21st, 2020?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about your experience with this hospitalization?
I don't remember a lot, I just remember being in so much pain and still throwing up and just the same thing from every doctor. I'm sorry, we don't know what to do for you. We don't know what's wrong.
This note says, it sounds as though everyone that sees her encounters a significant diagnostic dilemma. Do you remember this diagnostic dilemma?
No.
Did anyone tell you what was causing these symptoms?
All they kept telling me is, we're sorry, we really don't know what to do for you. We're hoping somebody can help you. And then I found out afterwards that what my GI doctor told me, they didn't know what they could do to save my life, because if it didn't stop, I was going to die.
Shane, can you please put up Exhibit 338, page 8? This is a note from your November 21st Valley Hospital visit. States, patient reports continuously vomiting up moderate amounts of blood since early today. Also reports generalized weakness and fatigue and intermittent numbness and tingling of her left face that has become more constant. Do you recall experiencing these symptoms?
Yeah, I do now. And it was weird because it was like my head was still kind of weird, and then like over in here, like in here on the side, and then over in here, like it was this tingling and numbingness.
How did you learn that real water was making you sick?
I got a text message in March, and it was from Anthony Brown, and it said, please leave both your used and your unused bottles out front for tomorrow. And I'm
Sheree,
like,
Anthony Brown was an employee of Real Water?
I think he was one of the managers. And I called him and I'm like, Anthony, what's going on? And he said that the water was contaminated. And I asked him how long they knew. And he told me for a long time. I said, why didn't anybody tell me? So I called my neighbor, and I went across the street. He said, come over. And I went over and he showed me the article in the paper. And that's how I knew. That's how I found out. Nobody ever told me.
Since you stopped drinking Real Water, have you vomited since?
Not even once. Not even one time. Will tell you though, things are way different than they were before. Far different. I thank God that I'm definitely way better than I was before. Like, my head is straight again, although I can tell sometimes I still have a little bit of foggy brain left over from it. You know, I have to be more mindful and present in each situation. And then I also noticed that my eating is not the same. And the last thing I noticed, which is troubling to me, that's definitely different, is now when I get sick, I stay sick a lot longer. Like, I used to get better within 7 to 10 days. It could take me up to a month to get better now. And I get sick way easier than I ever got sick before. So those are just some of the things that are different, and it's definitely, you know, had a trauma effect on me, which I am working through, so.
Sheree, I know how difficult this is. I want to say thank you for sharing your story with us. I have no further questions.
Can we pitch? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for a break? I thought so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of a commentary on the trial of any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio. Remember the social media prohibition, or to form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. We'll take 15.
All rise for the jury.
And ma'am, you may step down for the break.
You may be seated.
Just for the record, Mr. Parker is left to work with the witness.
I understand. All right, are we ready for the jury, Mr. Oakley?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the cross-examination by Mr. Oakley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rasmussen, good afternoon. How are you doing? We're going to have to keep our voices up so the microphones pick us up so we get a good record. I want to apologize for advance for what you go through and also for the questions that I'm going to ask and asking you to speak up. It's not easy to testify in court. We very much appreciate that you came here today to testify. To give you a preview, I'm going to be very brief. I don't have that many questions for you. We'll get you out of here really quickly. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Okay. Currently, do you have a primary care physician?
I do.
And who is that?
Dr. Christo Haji.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Dr. Christo Haji.
And Dr. Hajib is your primary care physician?
Yes.
Do you like him?
I do.
Does he do a good job for you?
He does.
Is he taking good care of you?
I think so.
Good. Do you have a cardiologist you regularly see?
Yes.
Who is that?
Dr. Pamela Ivy.
And does she take good care of you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. If you have a problem, would you hesitate to call either of these doctors? Is that a no?
Oh, sorry, no.
I'm sorry. It's just, it's
I
the
know.
record. It's
one
just
of those
weird.
things, Yeah.
So the first time that you learned that Real Water was making you sick was in March of 2021 when Anthony Brown told you there had been a recall and they were coming to pick up the bottles?
Well, that's not exactly what he said, but yes.
Okay, he said some other things, but he also came to pick up the bottles?
Yes.
And did he tell you there had been a recall?
He didn't use the word recall.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn that there was a recall in March of 2021?
I don't recall the word recall. In particular, I remember when I found out going to my neighbor's house and reading the article in the newspaper, and if it said recall, then I would have read it there. I just don't remember.
And that's fair, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Without telling me the contents of the article, can you tell me the gist? The gist was you looked at this article and it said Real Water was being taken off the market. Is that pretty much it?
I really don't remember the content. I just remember it mentioning that people were getting very, very sick, and there might have been, I don't remember.
That's okay. I
exactly.
don't want you to guess, and it's not a very important point.
But I do think I remember it mentioning something about it being taken off the shelves, whether temporarily or whatever. I don't remember.
And that's fair. Your injuries from Real Water, you had medical costs for those injuries, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Sorry. It's very unnatural in everyday conversation.
Yes.
You're doing great, so thank you very much. And I'm just going to give you the total. It looks like the total for your medical costs is $483,316.02. Does that sound right to you?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fair. Ms. Rasmussen, thank you so much for coming today. We really appreciate it. Hopefully this has not been too terrible for you.
Thank you, sir.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. Does the jury have any questions? Doesn't appear to. All right, ma'am, you may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, plaintiff's next witness will be plaintiff Vincent Link.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Vincent Link, VincentLinke.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hi Mr. Link. We'll start simple. Can you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, my name is Vincent Link.
And where are you from, Vincent?
Born and raised in northeast Ohio, up on the suburbs of Cleveland, a couple miles away from Lake Erie.
And how long have you lived in Las Vegas?
Since 2006.
And turning to why we are here today, how did you first hear of Real Water?
A housemate that I had at the time renting my 2 front rooms had asked if I'd be interested in him finding a water service for the house. instead of constantly buying bottles and bottles of water. I said, great, you know, I'll let you spearhead that, and then I'll take care of it once you find something. And he found a company called Real Water.
And when did you start the home delivery service of Real Water?
Immediately after that, which had to have been, to my best recollection, early May, I think, of 2020.
And how much Real Water were you drinking weekly?
A lot. I drink a lot of water. I love water. And I would say definitely about a gallon a day, so 7 gallons a week.
And were you just drinking it, or were you consuming it in other ways?
In every way possible. You know, big on special brew, iced teas, and cooked with it, and yeah, basically had Real Water everywhere.
And at what point did you start not feeling well?
2020 hindsight, I would say effective immediately. I started having stomach issues, nausea, and began getting fatigued. Probably within days or weeks.
And can you explain to the jury what prompted you to go to the hospital the first time?
Yeah, the first time was just after being so sick and in bed and unaware of my surroundings any longer. It was suggested several times that I need to go to the hospital.
And sorry.
Go ahead.
And do you remember when you first were hospitalized?
Yes, it was July 7th, I believe, 6th or 7th. I went to the Aliente ER, which is like a quick care extension of Mountain View by my house, and I was taken there by my housemate because I didn't really know what was going on. I was not able to drive or anything, and so the hospitalization, to answer the question, was that day. They rushed me via ambulance to Mountain View Hospital from the ER extension.
And how long were you in the hospital?
That time, I believe it was 4, maybe 5 days at the most.
So I'm going to bring up some of your medical records from that July 2020 hospital stint. Shane, can you pull up Trial Exhibit 465, page 1, please? So if you look there at the top of the document, it is dated July 12th, 2020. Is that the day you recall being discharged from the hospital in July?
That sounds about right.
And does this look to be your discharge paperwork?
It appears to be, yes.
And so, looking at the line that Shane has highlighted, it reads your abdominal CT showed several small attenuation foci in the liver of unclear etiology, which in layman's terms basically means liver lesions. Was this your understanding?
I had no idea. I didn't comprehend that.
And when you were at the hospital during that time, were you drinking the water?
At the hospital, no.
And
I was immediately, even at the ER, the quick care, they started an IV on me immediately because they knew I was severely dehydrated. So I was getting fluids and being rehydrated instantly from the moment I walked into for medical care. And that continued through Mountain View. And yes, no real water.
And did you feel better upon discharge?
Absolutely.
And did you go to the hospital again at any point after July 2020?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember the date you were admitted to the hospital the second time?
I don't remember the date of admission, but I just know that I got sick right before Halloween, again, in bed, same issues, but severe, and confusion, and I apparently, at a moment I walked, I got out of bed for the first time maybe in a couple of days or so, and ran into my housemate who said that I didn't look good at all, and called my family and said that there was something wrong with my eyes, and I just was not there, and there was something wrong with my color. So they asked him to get me to the hospital, which at that point I elected for a couple of reasons to go to Centennial Hospital.
And how long were you at Centennial Hospital during that November trip?
3, 4, maybe 5 days max.
Once again, I'm going to bring up some of your medical records from the November hospitalization now. Can you bring up Trial Exhibit 465, Shane, please? Page 2. So if you look at the document right under General Chemistry, it lists the collection date as November 20th. Is that the day you recall being in the hospital?
I do know I was in the hospital until right before Thanksgiving.
Looking at the top half of the document, do you see where it lists out your AST and ALT levels?
Yes.
It says AST at 381 and ALT at 359. Is this your understanding?
Yes.
And then Shane, can you please pull up Trial Exhibit 465, page 3? And do you see where it says INR? What does that number read?
That number reads 1.9.
Okay. And when you were discharged from the hospital in November, were you feeling better at that time?
Not exactly. I had to get out of the hospital. I had been for many years a primary caregiver for my elderly parents, and at this point, my father had passed away, and I was primary care for my mother. I just know that I was still, my hands and feet were very numb. I was still very dizzy, and still had issues with my eyesight, and made a pact with all of the people in the hospital, nurses and specialists, that if I could walk and prove that I could move on my own, and my numbers were showing that I was out of the immediate danger range, and I would continue with kidney, liver, all the specialists as outpatient, that they would allow me to go home.
And after your discharge in late November, did you continue to drink real water?
I did.
And when did you officially stop drinking real water?
In March, maybe the first week of March 2021. I can't remember if it was first week or so, but my empty bottles, 5-gallon bottles, that were left out for refills the night before were missing. And I remember thinking, who would steal empty plastic bottles? So I made a phone call to the number I had for real water, and it was disconnected.
And after you stopped drinking real water in March 2021, did your symptoms related to real water improve at all?
The immediate symptoms of nausea, the cramping, the diarrhea, those were relieved.
And looking at the future, are you aware that plaintiff's medical expert, Dr. Hudson, is recommending future liver monitoring?
Yes.
And are you willing to comply with those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also aware that plaintiff's neurological expert, Dr. Sands, is recommending future cognitive monitoring and therapy?
Yes.
Are you willing to comply with that recommendation?
Yes.
And finally, overall, how are you doing today?
Very afraid, but very hopeful for the future.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Link. Would you like to take a break, or?
I think I'm okay.
Okay, I just have a few questions. Now, you started getting your symptoms in 2020, and you went to the hospital on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't diagnosed with non-viral hepatitis, were you?
No.
You didn't have any type of liver transplant evaluation?
No, sir.
You didn't need a biopsy?
No.
Okay. And it sounds like both times you were discharged after several days in the hospital?
Relatively quickly, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry that real water made you sick. Now, looking at your records, last time that you saw a doctor related to drinking real water was in 2020?
I don't recall ever seeing a doctor specifically for real water.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Well, for your symptoms?
For my symptoms, again, I'm not sure how to answer that. I have continued getting medical.
You've sought additional treatment in the last 4 years?
I have gotten medical treatment, and a primary care physician is involved in all that over the last few years. So, yeah.
Well, I understand you have a primary care doctor and you have checkups in that, but
Yeah.
as far as symptoms related to the symptoms that you had back in 2020?
No, for those symptoms, not specifically. Yeah, 2020 would have been yeah.
About 4 years ago?
Yes.
Have you had any medical monitoring in the last 4 years?
Primary care physician, primarily.
Have
Nothing on liver or anything.
you had any psychological treatment in the last 4 years?
No.
It looks like the total of your medical bills is $182,554.90. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Okay. And I also understand you worked for Sunbelt Rentals for quite a long time.
This past September 28th would have been my 20th year anniversary.
Okay, but you recently got hired away by D.R. Horton, is that correct?
No, that's not correct entirely. I am in between jobs currently. My employment with Sunbelt Rentals has ended as of the first week of July, this past July.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry that the real water that you drank made you sick. Thank you very much.
I thank you, counsel. Any redirect? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
plaintiff's next witness will be plaintiff Lorenzo Nunez.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Lorenzo Muniz, Lorenzo Muniz.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Lorenzo. Is it your first time testifying in court?
Yes, it is.
You would seem a bit nervous.
The slightest bit, yes.
No worries. Let's introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Where did you grow up?
So I'm born and raised here in Vegas. I was born in '93, and I've been here all my life, and I graduated at the same high school that my parents did, which is then Las Vegas High, now Las Vegas Academy.
And do you have any siblings?
I have one sister. She's back there. Her name's Carmen.
And tell me, what are some of the couple things that you do for fun?
So I like to stay busy. I do remodeling, and I love designing electrical and lighting. So that is my forte. A little bit of chemistry on the side.
And let's transition to why we're here. When did you start drinking real water?
To my recollection, in 2018, I can't particularly call which month, although I do know it was earlier on in 2018, my father got a new job with the city of Las Vegas. And he wanted to do something better for the family, and he chose to do a water service for our house.
And that was real water?
That was real water, yes.
And how much real water do you typically drink in a day?
At the time, I was home all day, every day. So I would say, and I was drinking big tumblers out of a 5-gallon jug dispenser. So I want to say at least a gallon to a gallon and a half a day.
Okay. And so we're back in kind of the May of 2018 time period. How old were you during that time?
I want to say 24.
And tell me about, at what point did you not start feeling well?
It is definitely tough to recollect exactly how far into drinking it that I started feeling symptoms, because I can't exactly remember the time between then and when I started it. I can say it wasn't more than a month or two, a month maybe, and that it began with dizziness and nausea. Very much symptoms of what I thought were food poisoning.
And how did your symptoms develop?
As in,
How did they progress? What did you start noticing?
it was very, very similar to a standard food poisoning sickness, where you start off with a stomach discomfort that is accompanied with dizziness and maybe a loss of equilibrium, further into it. That then progressed into a much more sour stomach and throat feeling and a much more shaky, feverish feeling, which then led directly into vomiting, which then progressed into violent vomiting, holding nothing down.
And so approximately how long do you remember feeling that way before you went to the hospital?
So I fought hard not to go to the hospital because I was so convinced it was just food poisoning. So I think I fought about maybe a week and a half. No, it was less. No, it was about a week and a half of sickness before I was actually sick enough that my family said, okay, you need to go.
And what prompted that decision to finally take you to the hospital?
Leading up to this night where the decision was made, days prior, it had progressed into little to no energy all day long, accompanied with the vomiting and holding nothing down. All while thinking that drinking a bunch of water is going to clean me out, thinking that the solution to pollution is dilution. So it progressed into little to no energy, holding nothing down, vomiting nothing, but still continuously vomiting all day. Points where I knew I needed to go get water or Pedialyte. We had Pedialyte pops into the freezer. I had to crawl my way from my room to the freezer and back. And family members who were sick with me, for example, my sister, had to do the same, crawl with me to the freezer and then back to finally get some kind of something in my system.
And Shane, if we can pull up admitted exhibit 476, page 1. At the top there, it shows that you were admitted on the end of, we've got May there. And if we scroll towards the bottom, very bottom, it says that you had, your family member said that you were confused and calling out to people and seeing people that were not there. What do you recall of that?
So, with the details shared of the days leading prior to, this last day was a full day of just being sick in bed and vomiting. Where, when it finally got to nighttime, I think I finally had crashed to rest. In the middle of this night, I believed I heard my father knocking on my window, which usually indicates to me that, you know, he's missing his keys or something, and it's late at night, he's a swing shift fellow. So I thought I heard knocking on the window, and with the best of my ability, I hopped out and stumbled out of bed and started to get ready. And it is, as far as I can recollect, and as far as my understanding, I ran out of my room, my mother waiting for me because I think she heard me or could hear the fuss. And I believe I told her, hey, Dad's here, I need to go open the door for him. I believe I give my dad a call, I call him, and I guess this is after opening the door to outside and yelling that I'm here, Dad, I'm here. I believe my mother pulled me back in, and I believe I gave my dad a call. And I told him, hey, I'll be right outside, I'm right here, I'm gonna be right out there. And he goes, son, what are you talking about? I heard you knocking, I heard you calling my name outside my window, and he goes, son, I'm at work right now. And I was like, are you serious? And he says, that's the scary part, son. That's the scary part. And so he said, get ready. I'm gonna leave work and I'm gonna come pick you up and I'm taking you to the hospital. And so we did just that. My mom helped me get ready, and he came late at night and got me. And at this point, it is very fuzzy. It is so surreal. And I believe I was too far gone to realize just how severe this situation was.
And Shane, if we can flip to page 2, please. So here's one of the medical records that are on the page. And it says here that you had an ammonia level of over 200 and a diagnosis of acute liver failure, hepatic encephalopathy, and altered mental status. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And you said that time is fuzzy. Is it hard to recall some of the specific instances of that day?
This is that same night I was admitted. The best I can define it is dizzy, dreamy, and very uncomfortable. That's the best I can describe that.
And Shane, if we can go to page 4 of that same exhibit. Here are the lab results for that day. Do you see here where it says the AST and the ALT number? You see the AST is 1,772 and the ALT is 1,280.
Absolutely.
And then I believe on the same page is the INR, Shane. And right there it says on 5/31 your INR was 5.9, and just a little bit later after that it had risen to 6.5. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And at the time, did you understand how serious the condition was?
Absolutely not. I had no clue how serious, just how serious it was.
Shane, if you can turn to page 5, please. So at the very bottom there, it says you need transfer to liver center with transplant capabilities, set up for transfer to UCLA. Do you have any recollection of being transferred hospitals?
I have very, very fuzzy, short recollections and memories of that. Yes, I believe I remember my mother telling me that I guess they can't do anything here, and that we're gonna have to fly you. And gosh, I think I remember seeing her sign papers for the flight or something like that. But I remember her saying, next to my side, saying, "Son, we're gonna have to fly you because they can't do anything about it. Can't figure out what's wrong with you." And I have 2-second recollections of on the flight with my mother next to me, being rolled down the hall at UCLA, and then just being poked and prodded and flopped around like crazy.
And Shane, if we can put up Exhibit 478, which is stipulated to be admitted. Objection?
No objection.
We move to admit, Your Honor.
Shall be admitted.
Is that you in that picture there?
That is me.
And same thing with stipulated Exhibit 479. We move to admit.
No objection to any of these stipulated exhibits.
And is that you again right there?
That is me, yes.
And so you said you remember arriving slightly, being rolled down the hallway. Shane, could you put up 482, which we'd also request to be admitted?
Shall be admitted.
Is that you there?
That is me, yes.
And do you recall any of the symptoms while you were at UCLA?
It must have been the full-blown pain at this point, where your head feels like a pumpkin, and a burning sensation. Your blood feels hot. Everything feels hot. I guess the biggest thing that got me was my equilibrium was so far thrown off that I was thrashing on the hospital bed, and they had to strap me down. Though I had no idea I was doing it, I was just following wherever my equilibrium told me I was. And so thrashing around, you know, and being held down is one discomfort, I guess. The hot and itchy blood, the super swollen and heavy, you know, and sensitive brain, and I guess just an inability to control my bodily functions, essentially.
And what was that experience like?
I heard earlier, I would not wish that on my worst enemy. I completely agree with that, and also that it is unfathomably traumatizing. There's no way to explain that type of horror of the uncertainty and the thrashing around in your head and the scared family staring at you. was traumatizing for sure.
And Shane, could you put up stipulated exhibit 488, which we moved to admit?
Shall be admitted, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you recall what you're doing in this picture?
I believe that in that picture, I was unable to understand exactly what I was signing for, but it is my understanding now that I was signing over power of attorney to my parents. Preparing for the worst, in other words.
And do you recall any of the discussions with the doctors about our liver transplant?
I do remember multiple back and forth discussions between my parents and doctors and doctors and doctors.
And how was hearing that news?
Like I was living in someone else's life and it wasn't mine. Like it was something completely different. There's no way this could be my life right now.
And Shane, if we can put up exhibit 476, page 11, please. So this is the UCLA liver transplant informed consent form. Do you recall the doctors talking to you about the risk of death if you were to have a liver transplant?
So yes, I can't remember who relayed it to me, but they basically told me, hey, this is an option, but that this is a part of that option. And so yes, I was relayed that information.
And flipping to page 17, Shane, of that same document. You see here it was signed by Carolina Munez. Who's that?
That would be my mother.
And is she the one that signed this form for you?
Yes, yes.
While in the hospital, were you still drinking real water?
No, I was not.
And at some point, did you start to feel a little bit better and your liver enzymes started to decrease?
In terms of the severity, yes. Yes,
And were you released after your enzymes started going down?
I was.
And do you recall about how long you spent in the hospital at UCLA?
It is my understanding 4 days.
About 4 or 5 days?
From what I can recall, it is about 4 or 5 days.
I can cheat. Shane, can you pull up 476, page 18? At the very tippy top up there, it says admitted 5/31 and discharged 6/4. Is that about 5 days or so?
That is 5 days.
And what did coming home look like?
I will have to admit that again, I fought to get out of the hospital because it was, there's, like I said, unfathomable, the nightmare that hospital was. And that the way that sickness leaves you so mentally and emotionally vulnerable. I fought with everything inside me to get out of that. At every test they ran on me, every single thing that they threw at me, I gave my life to get out of that place. So, with that being said, I probably was very frail when I got home. Very frail and still extremely sensitive to anything going inside my body.
And after the hospital, did you follow up with any treatment? Did you get your liver enzymes checked again?
From my understanding, I was seeing a hepatologist from Loma Linda, and I don't remember the name, but it only lasted a few months until I stopped personally.
And Shane, can we pull up 476, page 21, please? And at the very tippy top, it probably has the collection date for me. All right, so it looks like just maybe a couple months after, a month and a half after, it was 7/7. Shane, can you go down to the ALT? And so it looks like your ALT was still slightly elevated at 47. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And Shane, if we go to the very next page, at page 22. And on that one, it's the same collection date. If we scroll down to the bottom, It says your ammonia level was still at 48. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Were you still kind of not feeling a little foggy at that time? Is that a yes?
I'm so sorry, I'm trying to recollect, but, that feeling of fogginess lasted for so much longer than that, so yes.
Okay. And was there another time that you thought you had a flare-up of your symptoms, and were you hospitalized again?
From my understanding, there was once or twice more where I actually went back to the hospital. The reasoning being is I started vomiting more than several times, because for days after, when I got back home, I would gauge how I was doing, whether I should go back or not, on basically how many times I was vomiting. Because I was expecting maybe one or two, but if it kept going and then I was just vomiting but vomiting nothing, I knew, okay, something's wrong and I need to go back. So I believe that instance occurred roughly 2 times, months after.
And when did you finally connect the dots that real water caused your injury?
Finally seeing material on real water.
And do you remember about what time period this was? Do you remember if it was after news stories or anything?
I cannot recall. I very much apologize. This I cannot recall.
Do you remember hearing about the recall and connecting it then?
I read about it, so yeah.
And Dr. Hudson is the plaintiff's medical expert, and to the extent he recommends the future medical monitoring, are you aware of those recommendations?
Yes,
And are you committed to seeking those treatments for yourself?
absolutely.
And similarly with plaintiff expert Dr. Sand, who recommends future neuropsychological monitoring and treatment, are you aware of those recommendations? And are you committed to following those recommendations of Dr. Sands? And how are you doing today, Lorenzo?
Take it day by day, but I make the best out of it and stay as positive as I can and spread as much good energy as I possibly can, because I need it.
Well, thanks for being so strong. I think those are the questions that I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Muniz. Did I say that right? Close enough?
Tomato, tomato.
Okay. I recalled taking your deposition in July, and we talked about how darn hot it was and the toll it was taking on our bodies. So my first question is, why is it still so darn hot?
I know.
It's not fair.
Into the suit today.
Yeah. I need my glasses. I just have a few questions. Do you feel good to push on through, or do you need a break?
We should be good.
Okay. Last Thursday afternoon, I think you were sitting in the back, and you heard Real Water's counsel say that Real Water was responsible and liable for your damages. And that's true. And Real Water is responsible, and I'm sorry that what Real Water caused your injuries. I want to talk about your time at UCLA. Now, you were there for an evaluation, is that correct?
That was when I was flown there, correct? Is that...
Yes, you were
Okay,
flown
so-
to UCLA Hospital
yes,
on the 31st.
Yeah.
Okay. And they evaluated you, and over the course of 4 days, you continued to improve?
It is my understanding that after 2 days was when improvement was shown.
Okay. And then a couple more days, you
And
can...
then slowly but surely.
Okay. Well, and so you didn't need a transplant, correct?
It is my understanding, and thank God, no.
Okay, and you didn't have a biopsy?
No, sir.
Okay, that's great.
Yes.
And you were discharged from the hospital on June 4th. Mr. Sanchez, could you pull up Trial Exhibit 476, page 18 again? There we go. If you could, this was pulled up earlier. If you could scroll down a little. Okay. This is part of your discharge summary from, it should be on your screen there. Down there, LFTs gradually decline, that's the liver function test. Is that the improvement you were talking about?
It looks like that. That is, yeah.
Okay, and the INR also normalized?
Yes, yes, sir.
Mentation improved to baseline?
I don't exactly know what meditation means.
I think that was when you were when you talked about how you had the confusion in your home and you were calling out for your dad who wasn't there.
Fair enough, yes.
Okay. And then the last is that you're discharged home in stable condition. You recall that leaving the hospital?
Given that I don't understand what stable condition is, I believe yes.
You were glad to leave the hospital? I'll take that sigh as a yes.
Yes, yes, sir.
I'm glad you recovered enough to be discharged. You can take that down. Thank you. All right, now, my understanding is that the doctors told you to have a follow-up visit in 1 to 2 weeks. That didn't happen, but you did eventually go back in July of 2018 for some follow-ups.
My recollection, I honestly, I remember one follow-up. Or not a follow-up, but a visit to the hospital. From what I explained earlier, is when a day I was vomiting more than several times, I did decide to go back to the hospital, yes.
Okay. But the doctor never told you you had any further elevated liver tests, is that correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you think that's something you'd remember if he told you that your liver function tests were going up again?
No, I wouldn't recall it.
Is it fair to say the last time you saw a doctor for your symptoms related to real water was in 2018?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And that's about 6 years haven't needed to see a doctor. Okay. You talked about wanting to comply with the medical monitoring, but you haven't had any medical monitoring in the last 6 years, correct? Is that
Yes,
yes?
I'm sorry,
Okay.
yes.
It's okay. I know what you're saying, but got to get the record. Same thing, you haven't had any psychological counseling in the last 6 years, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. I understand your total medical bills are $133,740.70. Does that sound right to you?
I believe so, yes.
Are you still working at Airgas?
No, I just recently parted ways with Airgas.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm sure you will find a better opportunity, as it seems you've always landed better positions. So,
I tried.
Good luck with that.
I did love Airgas.
Okay. I'm sorry for what you went through, and I'm sorry that real water made you sick. Thank you very much, Mr. Winners.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions from us, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you already have a question? Okay, sir, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. And counsel, thank you. I do appreciate that.
The next witness would be Dr. David Goldsmith by video. And as I indicated, the court is about 15 minutes long. 15 minutes long.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this deposition will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. Could you, to start off, could you tell me a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an undergraduate degree in sociology from Antioch College, and I have a master's and a PhD in epidemiology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I got my PhD in 1983.
Can you explain what epidemiology is?
I'm happy to do so. Epidemiology is the scientific study of the risks or causes of diseases in groups of people.
And that's recognized as a science?
Yes, it is.
Excluding real water, have you studied contamination in drinking water before, of other drinking waters before?
I have indeed, yes.
Can you give me some prominent examples, perhaps?
Yes, some years ago in my time when I was in California, I was involved in evaluating asbestos contamination in drinking water in several surface sources, and I have studied the risk of contaminated drinking water more or less throughout my career. I'm now collaborating with some attorneys and other experts related to drinking water issues related to health problems of people stationed in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and that's also an issue related to contaminated water.
When were you retained in this case?
I was contacted, I believe, in February of 2023.
And who retained you?
Ms. Livengood, and she was assisted by Mr. Kaufman, so those were the two attorneys from their Portland office who retained me.
Have you studied a chemical called hydrazine in this case?
I have indeed.
What is hydrazine used for?
Hydrazine is used for rocket fuel and for other kinds of explosive fuels similar to that.
Does hydrazine damage the liver?
Yes, based on studies that I've read, there was a very lengthy review by the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, better known by their initials, ATSDR. They reviewed the toxicology and human health studies related to atrazine.
Could hydrazine be in drinking water?
Could hydrazine be in drinking water? Yes.
No, I said, should hydrazine be in drinking water?
No.
And why not?
Because it's known to produce toxic effects on the liver and other organs, both in laboratory animals and in human beings.
Okay. And is real water made with something called a concentrate? Did the FDA do tests on the concentrate?
I believe they did, yes.
And did they find hydrazine in the concentrate?
Yes.
So basically, the FDA tested 3 samples of concentrate, correct?
Yep.
And they found hydrazine in each and every one of them.
That's right.
And why did you find that it was a serious finding?
Because there should be absolutely no hydrazine in any drinking water product, any bottled water, any water of any sort.
But if you take a look at Exhibit 7, you will see the Eurofins testing.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And basically, according to Dr. Dooley, the graph showed that there was hydrazine in every bottle, every one of the 7 bottles. And the Eurofins testing found that there was hydrazine above the reporting level of 0.5 in 5 of the bottles. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, when I read Julie's report, what he said was that they found hydrazine in, let me see if I got this right. Samples 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And, sorry, no, I take that back. That's not correct. No, they found reportable hydrazine in samples 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and one of those was barely above the limit of detection. So they found 4 out of 7, 5 out of 7 had concentrations of hydrazine, and one was just barely high enough to get over the limit of detection. So, but this is not, again, this is as opposed to what was reported by the FDA scientists. This laboratory data was for product that was kept for sale. My understanding was that these were 1 liter bottles, and they were not from the concentrate. So you've got hydrazine in the concentrate, and you've got hydrazine detected in from Dooley's report for retail real water products. So that's the distinction from one to the other.
Okay, and is it, I think your term was serious finding with regards to the concentrate. Do you think it's also a serious finding that they found it in the retail bottles?
I do.
Why?
Because as I said before, hydrazine should never be in bottled water. It should never be in drinking water. It's the kind of contaminant that is a serious concern from a health perspective, and there should be no hydrazine in any of this product.
Did you make a causation assessment in your March 24th report?
I believe I did.
You want to take a look at the last page?
Yeah.
It's 8.
Yeah, the last paragraph of my report on page 8, it says, in my opinion, it's more likely that hydrazine contamination of real water concentration explains the ALFE, acute liver failure outbreak. I arrived at these conclusions using standard epidemiology methods, and I hold these opinions based on a reasonable degree of epidemiology certainty.
All right, your rebuttal report refers to something called the Beck study. You see that?
I do.
I think if you take a look at page 2 in the middle there, yeah, under the next page, yeah.
Yes.
Page 3, I'm sorry. Okay, can we blow that up so we can read it on the screen maybe? Okay. And can you tell me what the Berg study was?
Yeah, this is a series of 4 cases of acute liver failure published by Dr. Berg in 2021. All of the patients were diagnosed either at Loma Linda Medical Center in California or in Las Vegas. And they were all adults, as you can see here, age 36 to 51. And they were diagnosed at the Loma Linda facility from June to November 2020. So,
And you say in the next section that your conclusion, quote, is backed up by the new study by Berg. Do you see that?
yes, right. I looked at it based on what I read, I couldn't find any evidence that that was the source of the contamination. Correct.
Okay, so summing up, your opinion is that hydrazine was the cause of this outbreak?
Unless there is other evidence that have been detected or evaluated by competent water research authorities, I'm going to have to say that hydrazine does appear to be the source of the liver outbreak, acute liver failure outbreak.
And your opinion that hydrazine was the cause of the outbreak is given to a reasonable degree of epidemiological certainty?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have any information as you sit here today that would tell us whether those retail bottles with the hydrazine that you just mentioned had hydrazine above the toxicity requirement?
No, I mean, this is what they reported, and they should have had 0. The fact that they had above the limit of detection, at least 4, if not 4, at least 4 out of the 5 positive, says to me that, I don't want to use this term, but this is the smoking gun that we, concerned with the epidemiology and field investigations, and this matches up with what the FDA chemists found too in other samples of the concentrate that, again, notwithstanding that there may be other contaminants that are detected or found, but this does appear to me to make it much more of a company-wide kind of a concern. And it says also to me that the 5-gallon containers appears not to be the only source of the contamination.
In terms of whether the amounts of hydrazine in those bottles that you just referenced from the Dooley report could actually cause acute liver failure, do you have any information at all about that?
No, I mean, what I can ascertain is that these 7 samples were put aside and just this spring of 2023 were sent to the lab to be analyzed. And what they say to me is that in addition to the contamination that was found in the concentrate earlier by the Food and Drug chemists, this other group of chemistry testing, the Eurofins environmental testing business, they found hydrazine in the commercial side of the water, not the 5-gallon side, but the in-store products that were being sold by Real Water. And this tends to give me a fuller picture, and it suggests clearly to me that the toxic exposure possibly leading to acute liver failure was not solely confined to the 5-gallon home delivery side of the business.
The end of it, Your Honor.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you think this is a good time to recess for the day? I think we all agree. All right. And just for the record, Mr. Carter, sir, you don't have to worry about Wednesday. We're fine with that. Just want to let you know that. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, remember you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of, or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio. I know you remember the social media prohibition. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. Remember this point too, in case you overlook it, the lawyers for the plaintiff and defendant, any of the witnesses, any of the parties, they can't talk to you. So just kind of remember that. So if you have an inadvertent good morning on the elevator or something like that, and they don't respond, you promise not to hold that against them? All right. So anyway, 10:30, is that correct? 10:30 tomorrow morning.
All rise for the jury.
Enjoy your evening and have a safe trip home. Off the record. Is there anything else we need to?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Counsel, ma'am, the one who examined Mr. Link, may we have you state your appearance on the record? Yes. Anywhere by a mic. Sorry.
We have it open over now.
Ready?
Jessica Cochran on behalf of plaintiffs, bar number 16827.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She just got that.